All right. Microphone on mute. So, welcome everyone to the stream. My name is Okada, and the Armor has joined us. A good evening. We are on a new map, sort of new map. We started it kind of towards the end of the previous session. I'm going to start it fresh in this session, but I got nudged into continuing on. So we got a lot to do, and looking forward to it. This is gonna be an interesting map. Straight down here. Hope everyone is having a good day. Hope the week is done for you and enjoy the weekend. Right. I need self. Hey there, Charmer. We're up and going. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent.
How about you?
Not bad, not bad. Will Sipton be joining us today?
He should be. He's just taking care of some stuff, and then he'll be done. He'll be in once he's done.
I hope he has preloaded the game because that expansion came out, and I know it took over 5 minutes for me to load the game. First time. Because of all the shader preloadings and all that stuff. All right, where were we? Map. Sand everywhere. Oh, you know, we were talking about last session about how it would be nice to be able to adjust the range of the queries so they aren't so large. And apparently we could, but only when creating the initial save. That is a setting that's in the game. There is a safe editor. Not messed with it yet. Apparently that's something I could change by force, but I can't change in the normal game parameters. We were in a closed session, kind of agree to actually go to where sand is. I probably won't monkey with it, but it's a thing that if I had known when I first started, I definitely would have set it to the minimal radius. Okay.
I see.
So we were working on that road. That's right. I needed to, or I was wanting to scout and find a steel recycling. Ran into broken bridge. That bridge does not look. I am assuming that the bridge I ran into is large of a gap for my use of bridge layer. That's it. That's nice. Probably back up to it. I'm not seeing the break in the menu or the map. Drive up to the break.
Just marvel at that river. Doesn't it look wonderful? At least it does from the satellite. If only we could trade places for a few minutes. I'd jump right in. You could ford the river if you don't mind getting a bit of water inside
Did
your
you come
vehicle.
to a decision as to whether you truly hate the sand creating machine as much as you think you might have done, or do you not mind it as much as you thought you might?
I mean, it feels like a cheating machine. They're I mean, it feels like it's going to trivialize basically 90% of the game because so much of the time we spend role-playing going to a sand quarry, and since there doesn't seem to be any meaningful restriction to the mobile sand base, and I haven't given any thought since our last session, but I don't think any of it's going to change. I'm hoping in the next maps that it actually have some meaningful restrictions when it's in placement.
On this map, it doesn't have as many restrictions because a lot of the map is suitable for placing it down.
Yeah.
But on other maps, it certainly does.
We can't.
You have to find the right place to put it.
Can't do concrete bridges.
Not yet, no. We have to get the concrete facility working.
But I mean, the bridge isn't even giving us the option to delay concrete bridges, despite the fact that regardless of whether or not we have actual concrete available to us. I'm wondering, are you implying that it's going to enable concrete bridges if we find a concrete plant?
Well, we've got a concrete plant. That's where we were picking all the stuff up on the last session, like all the metal pipes and things.
True.
We just need to get it running again.
What? Going. There's no bridge there. Alright. What are you up to? I know you're finding a place to offload the rocks. Nice. I mean, there probably are enough of them on the map. We can make a bridge out of the rocks to drive across it. Good grief. Okay.
All the time you need.
Putzing with something off camera. I'm not going to start building this bridge. Big misaligned anyway. Yet. In case we end up turning it into a concrete bridge. Oh, I see you found a way across.
You don't exist from the wasteland. Yeah, I just drove across the shallow part of the sand. There's like a sand path that you could just about make your way across if you drive carefully.
That's very interesting, considering that from right here it's a raging river. That Kelly was just going on about how rivery it is, for there to be a point where there is literally no river whatsoever. Like, that's not shallow, that's just no river. Just from the mini-map, it looks like there's no river there. Overhead, it's not so bad. I'm gonna have the fuel to get to her mini. What do we need to do to get our concrete up and running? Oh, shoot. Path. What we were.
Oh, it wants a route pathing along the road
Yeah.
that we built.
That's the one from the... Oh, that's from Repair Shop?
From the desert base to the concrete slabs.
For some reason it took me to...
Oh, there's two routes. One from the repair shop to the concrete slabs, and one from the desert base to the concrete
yeah.
slabs.
For some reason it took... it defaulted me to repair base plot instead. Right. Well, it looks like there's another road we're meant to make right outside of our main base. I almost made a Hayden Christensen reference in my thumbnail. Or on the episode title, but
You were the chosen one.
just the obvious sand reference. For those who aren't, I don't know what I'm talking about. Hayden Christensen was Anakin Skywalker.
You were supposed to bring balance to the sand, not cheat it wherever you feel like it.
I have very little faith that the path is going to work on the first try. I don't even know where I'm going. How far can we make it without it getting... before it gets stuck? Good evening, Katie Sinclair. Do I think that this game is worth playing solo? I do. I mean, I do, but it's with the caveat of there are going to be plenty of opportunities to where you need to not be in a hurry. You need to be in the mindset of you're playing the game for the fun of the game rather than for completing the objectives, because there is a lot of road paving that must be done. Not nearly as much as what we do, because we're crazy people. But like this road right here that you're watching the truck go across is a 4-stage process on its own. You have the sand truck. You get your sand truck there and cover it in sand. You know, a dump truck. Then you gotta get your bulldozer there and bulldoze it out. Then you gotta get your asphalt layer and cover it in asphalt. And then you gotta get your roller and roll it out. And then you're gonna do that for every road that you decide or have to pave in the game. And we do pave a lot of roads that you don't have to pave. So we certainly play this a lot faster than we. But I think that's the main place where having a partner in the game or partners really makes this more fun. That when you're, you know, instead of having 3 people around the map doing different objectives, having the road crew working together is quite satisfying. Someone's laying sand, someone else is starting the bulldozer and laying it and smoothing it out as the sand's being laid, and it's just that makes it much more appealing to me. But I think from a solo perspective, I played it a little bit solo before we started our stream save, and I enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed it. That truck made it. I say made all the way, but there's rocks there. Okay, he's making it past the rocks.
I would agree that this game can be played solo. It's better with
Our pump your audio. And what? Truck just got there. Why is he backing up?
Oh, because he's got to line himself up with the garage.
Yeah. I tabbed out of the game to adjust your volume in Discord, and the perspective for him changed at the last second. I couldn't see what he was doing.
There we go. Now we can use concrete stuff. I think we can make concrete bridges now. Nope, still can't make concrete bridges. At least the facility's working so we can make concrete stuff.
Right. Well, then if we're not going to get our concrete bridges re-enabled, I'm going to leave the bridge that I relayed out where it is. I'm going to dig out tree felling materials or machinery. I think I'm going to take my road laying equipment back and put them away since you bought the better equipment, or is mine out there. Like I'm catch up with you in levels by my own. Your new advanced stuff was just so much nicer to use. And we are going to need to pave a road north of the starting point. I'm not seeing it on the mini map, but when I was driving by, I saw the symbol showing that it wants us to. He says she's super into laid-back experience, but not into trans-scheduled time with other people. Absolutely. I mean, I'm fortunate that I have not only I have access to other gamers because of my being a content creator, but I also have, as a result, been connected with people who like similar games. Otherwise, I'm a full tilt hermit, and I'm very selective about the people that I game with. Or that's not true. People that I let in my circle. Value quality over quantity. But no, I think that this is. If you're into laid-back experiences, it's definitely a laid-back experience. One of the joys I get to experience that I wouldn't without multiplayer is the frequency in which armor runs things off of ledges into ravines. Something I would not get to experience because I don't drive stuff off of cliffs.
Yeah, but you also don't put vehicles on top of buildings, so you miss out on that too.
I see. No, I think maybe I could miss out on that. I think that would be okay.
Yeah, that's a shame.
That machine you just brought out.
It's a tree grabber
A
and
new advanced
trimmer.
one?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't recognize it. I was bringing this stuff back so I could put my stuff on the truck. I don't think that's going to fit on the truck. I was a little surprised when we started driving off the asphalt layer because I didn't unstrap everything. Means I forgot.
That means it wasn't.
Yeah, it means that I forgot to strap the stuff before I drove. Will both of those fit on here?
I believe this one will fit because I believe the tail fits between the ramp pieces. Oh no! I got the back end of this thing stuck on the front of your tarmac layer.
I thought about restarting like the first map and playing through it just to get some XP to get caught up with you to have access to these advanced vehicles. Is he doing another thing?
No, not real life.
Well, not entirely real life. I had to finish my Satisfactory episode.
All of the job at this point.
But also real life, yes. Cannot secure incorrect wheel position.
Oh, does that mean it's backwards? It just like the roller being backwards. Or maybe it's because I've not laid the tarmac layer on straight.
No, we definitely it outlined the roller red. I tried to
Oh, it
count
did,
down.
did it?
Yeah.
Right, okay. It might be a touch too long.
Not secure incorrect wheels position.
I don't think you can secure it. There you go, I'm not in it anymore.
All right, it worked. When
That'll do.
when I crammed it in with the ramp.
If it fits, it sits.
Where am I going?
I don't know.
I don't either. I don't see the layout now. It was up here somewhere. Oh, right there. We didn't even need... I brought this back to get the tree stuff. We didn't need to load this up for the sand thing. Because it's right here.
Well, I don't know. Nobody told me.
Actually, I did. I told you I brought the thing there to get my tree stuff. Just started loading this. And I didn't realize that this was as close as it was. I gotta figure out where I can park this. Because now this truck's just in the way. Surface looks rocky enough. I want to get out your dump truck. Bring it down.
Tank cometh.
tree harvester gives me the creeps. Like an alien from Rick and Morty. I don't know what I'm thinking of, but there's something that's triggering something in me. Murder everybody. This one of the new ones from the release expansion. I haven't got to look to see. I know they added new vehicles. I didn't have a chance to.
No, it's not. That's been in the game since launch. But I don't believe I own that DLC. I was under the impression I owned
we
the
don't, but I
season
don't
pass.
know if any vehicles were, if all the vehicles added in that DLC are going to be exclusive to the DLC, or if they've added anything to the base game as a result.
I haven't checked out the shop, so I couldn't tell you.
I need some new vehicles. Everything in your paint job. That's vehicle. Log grab loader. The MTK MD76, that's the tree harvester we got for free, right?
I believe so. It looks like an excavator, but with a tree arm on the front.
Oh, there's a DLC tree harvester. That's interesting. It's a tractor with the claw going up and over it. That looks mobile. That's small. You can probably get this in and out of tight places. I'm gonna try using this one. The other one just looks too. I mean, when I was using I don't know. The question is whether or not this is gonna be better than the rusty one we got, because the rusty one's on treads. But I know one of the things I've run into doing tree harvesting is I want it to be small, not some mega beast, because I'm trying to get around trees and around stumps. And that gigantic harvester is just going to get stuck on everything. I don't know if this is going to be better because it doesn't have treads. It's got some really big tires, so I'm guessing it's going to be better on like the sandy and muddy terrain. Where is it? There it is. Oh, this is quick too. I shut off the on the other one. Go run down there real quick. That bridge built. trying to think. I've been. Oh yeah, I was say. I was trying to think. I've been playing something that has cars in it. The thing I've been playing is Project Zomboid, and every time I get out of just before I get out of the car, I catch myself holding in the button I do on this one to shut off the engine, which is not a thing you know in Project Zomboid. I mean, you know, turn the key and take out the thing, but that's every time I'm like, don't get out, and instead of going for the key to turn it off, I try to hold in the handbrake to shut it off. Speaking of which, I started another experimental save. Oh man, all the rocks.
That's the easier if you go down this way. There's rocks down there too, but...
Yeah, that way was... Last time I came through with my truck, I determined that this way was less bad. I think. Vehicle's small and nimble. I think I can get through. Already committed. So anyway, I started another kind of learning run on Project Zomboid to get more familiar with the engine. And I was looking at the map and realized that we can't start anywhere near Louisville.
Oh, Louisville is supposed to be the end game.
That's what I assume. And so I started a new run. Like I said, it's just about learning the engine and stuff like that. So I shut off zombies. Shut off the shut-off for water and fuel, or water and power. And just started running towards Louisville. It didn't take long for me to realize that I probably should try to find a car that I could use.
It definitely helps.
Which is a little bit more challenging when you don't have zombies to drop keys. But I've now learned the car mechanics, the basic mechanics of the car system. I mean, I haven't actually had to repair a car or anything like that yet, but you know, whenever we played, you've always been the one to acquire cars and drive them, fuel them and all that stuff, so I learned to siphon fuel and all that stuff. And
which is different in Build 42 Experimental.
Really?
It is in the old game. Yeah, well, in the old game, you just needed a jerry can.
Oh, you don't need the hose?
You didn't need the rubber hose, and now you do need the rubber hose and the jerry can.
Looking for suitable trees.
To the right of where you are now.
Yeah, I was examining the trees along. I was taking longer getting here, but examining the trees along the way. See if there's anything. Then we're going to have to cut down this oasis. Ah!
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Alright, where's my crane truck?
All the way up at the
Yeah.
concrete station. I don't mind pulling mine out, it's a lot closer.
Well, I'm thinking, probably going to be easier to bring the small crane. because of the terrain.
Step away for a moment. I'll be back in
All right.
very shortly.
I'm gonna try to get this here and find out that it's too small to do the job. So. Hey, Katie, I've been thinking about hard space. They released. I feel like they released something recently, reminding us that they had bought. Oh yeah, it was a little minor patch that went out to hard space recently, and it was just them removing logos. Now that they own the game outright, they've changed some assets to reflect that they're the sole owners, I think. There still hasn't been any kind of publication on new, what are they doing with the IP now that they have reacquired it. That game taught me anything as a content creator, it's that tutorials get way more views than everything else you'll ever do. My YouTube statistic feed is still dominated, to this day, dominated by people actively still watching those tutorials. Like, not historically, I mean, a day-to-day basis. Really surprises me. Old equipment. In a different angle. Match entirely. I have to try to drag it up to the road where I can get better grip. I want to line straight up with it though. Grab it from here and drag. My goodness, this crane is slow. There we go. Okay. Huh. Apparently that little harvester is a lot heavier than it looks. Come on. Drag it. Drag it. More slacks and get on the actual pavement. You are pathetic. Oh, wait, success! All right, now. If I let go of it, is it going to roll right back over? Yes. Oh, I need to... So the problem here is that I can... You know, as soon as I leave this vehicle, it will immediately detach. I need to quickly... pop out the things on this other one, but I have to start the vehicle before engine. Okay. Now that should be secure. I'm just going to leave this as is because I'm probably going to need it again in just a moment. Just kind of reorient this without flipping over again. It's hard to tell the angle. Oh my goodness, I am really on a slope, aren't I? Gotta turn hard right as soon as I bring this up. Oh, thinkers. Ah. Ah. Stick the arm. Turn. You know, getting out of this predicament is only the beginning of the problem. Because I still have to use the vehicle for its function. Picking up. Breathe. Carrying them out of here. Over here. Alright. Gotta be a tree somewhere around here I can cut down. This is why I wanted the smaller vehicle. Very much easier. Keep it on its wheel. Probably should have just brought the tracked one. I didn't know this terrain was going to be so treacherous. If I flip over, I'm just boned at this point, because there's no way I'm getting that vehicle back here to fish me out. The terrain better. Oh. Third. Finally, trees. Why are you not acting like that's a valid tree? There you go. Now good luck to me getting this out of here. Straight into this trunk. There's no way I'm making this up. Turn here. The reason I wanted that gigantic back wheel is to deal with sand. You can do it. Virgin jungle. We'll make it up the hill. Sure is not likely. The next question is, can we pick up trees with the crane? I don't have to go up the hill necessarily. Alright, let's just cross this tree here. We can deliver them up to there and just train them over. Granted, there's a truck that's actually meant to be used for this. Are you back with me yet? You're not back, or he's on mute. Alright, that's working. Thought I was gonna have to drag it. Or am I expected? That way I don't have to actually come up that hill, grab trees, turn around and drop them. It's, you know, it's kind of nice to find use for these smaller vehicles if we leave these behind as we get our bigger, better versions. Like tight terrain. Smaller vehicles have some kind of advantage here. Nice to have a use. Sandstorm's crazy. It was trying to tilt me over while I was drinking. I had to hit the button real quick for the anchors. Really challenged to stay upright. that there for now. It's gonna be a minor miracle if I actually take all 7 trees from here without getting stranded. How sparse they seem to be. Also, this truck has to get a lot closer to the trees than the tractor-based one.
Sorry about that.
That's alright, welcome back. I'm experiencing some challenges here. Oh, and... wait. Oh, maybe I'm not stuck. I wasn't stuck. Anchors were down. Hard to tell on this one. I'm going to grab the crane truck. I can't make it up the hill with this. So the crane truck needs to be the carrier of the actual logs to close the bridge. I've already delivered one, so I know it can do it. Careful not to knock down any trees, because there seem to be very few trees here that are actually valid for cutting down. Most of these trees are not valid.
Too small.
Yeah. I mean, even some of them that look like they should be valid are not. Yeah, the range on this, the range it allows you to, the cutter on this is like half the range of the rusty cracked one. I can be physically bumping into the tree and it'll say it's too far away. You need to adjust that on this. I do think this vehicle is handling the ruts and the sand better than the cracked one. The reason why I wanted this one is that giant wheel in the back. But it's more prone to flip over. I guess you can use that crane. I was thinking just use the crane truck we already had here, but that'll work there.
I don't think you can pick up logs with that normal crane.
You can. I said I already delivered one.
Oh, right.
In trouble. I already don't know how, once I get all the trees done, how I'm going to get out of here. That sand bank. Not very good. I've bit off more than I can chew. Tree is going to be a problem. Down here already, and maybe I won't try to go that far. Process it here. Not grab someone. Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully you'll be able to reach that.
I'm sure I can get over there and get it.
That tree was massive in its canopy, so I couldn't really move around with it. Painful. No, I missed it. I do like that the truck has anchors, though. I don't think the rusty one had anchors. They have. Is that 4 logs or 5? How many have you picked up?
I've got 3 in the back of my thing now.
Okay.
I'm just dropping the
that's
third
5.
one in place.
The one I cut was number 5 because I've already turned 1 in. More trees. Fine. More trees. Batman detector mode. Trees from all the way over there. Seriously? Oh, there's one. Oh. One right. Now to figure out how to get it out of here. Swinging the tree around to use it for ballast. Ballast is the right word. Counterbalance. Oh, this tree over here is valid. Has to be. A lot of reach, but I go for the force to get to it. Get it! The crane caught it as it was falling over. I'm going to leave this here for now, just in case we end up needing more wood for something. I don't want to go through the pains of trying to get it out of here just to find out I need to bring it back in. I can hear that entire force coming down, trying to drive out of it, trying to get your way out of it. All I can hear is the
It's only the little trees.
Crushing of trees. I imagine there's going to be a refueling base up there once we get that bridge. Oh, don't end up in the river.
Some.
Alright, clear the path. There's broken bridges going up on the north side. You could right turn here and see how that connects. After we get that road paved, might be able to make a connection across it. Come on, buddy, you can do it. How the fuel to be getting stuck? Trying to judge if the bridge layer could get across one of these. Couldn't get across that gap. Probably can't get across the other one either. And could they have made that thing any more useless? We're gonna put a bridge layer in the game, then make a gap that's 6 meters or less, so we can actually use it for something. He says kind of disappointed and kind of glad that they don't make us drive the logs with a pile driver for the bridge. Yeah, yeah, the bridges are a little oversimplified. I agree. Especially the concrete bridges. It feels like you should have to deliver some metal beams or something to them as well. Just you throw a few slabs at them and you get this miraculous, beautiful concrete bridge. Yeah, better than doing 2 bridges. Might be worth bringing the harvester over here. Exactly, Katie. Yeah, it's the concrete bridges are very nice. And it's just concrete slabs, and they just magically appear. I think I'm going to park here for now. Let's get that bridge, the road built going north. I want to see if it's going to be better to bring the harvester up the way I just brought my vehicle. Build the bridge from this side. Or if it's going to be better than to bring one up around the other side. Trees over there look pretty sparse. May not be enough trees. Might have to bring them to this side. Those trees look at least a bit larger.
Sandstorm. I'll just sit still and let the sandstorm fill my sand truck.
It should. Every time you come back to the truck, it should be full again. All right. Strange. I was gonna say it's strange that on the map it doesn't show. I guess I just need to be in a different mode, right? So Katie, if you do buy this game, I strongly suggest that you get the DLC for that dump truck that Charmer's using right now. I don't normally, like, I'm not a fan of the pay for a DLC to get one stupid thing. I'm not happy with companies when they do that. But that 20-ton tracked dump truck is a billion times better than the 20-ton that you get in the game. I'm getting away with not buying the expansion because I have people that joined my co-op who both own that truck. I just use theirs. I mean, I use my 20-ton. It's out on the map right now. It's not bad, but the tracked vehicle is just so much better. If anything, because it can turn in place. That's one of the big things. But also, it doesn't get stuck in places where the giant nose of the other 20-ton gets stuck. In a moment here, so I'm going to switch to it. Help out with the fetching of the sand. Does it get around? But yeah, it. The 20-ton that you get in the game is faster. It's a wheeled vehicle. It's not a tracked vehicle. Loaded, it is actually faster to move around, but not as good on terrain. Challenging terrain. And inherently, the point to using it is using it on challenging terrain, because the worst terrain in the map is the terrain that you're trying to fix. And so the first truck to get there is the sand truck. So its ability to navigate unfavorable terrain is kind of key to it. And the 20-ton is, I mean, it's pretty good about not getting stuck, but when you're going into, you're driving into a swamp, for example, like we did on the last map, you're not exactly going to want to do a 180 U-turn, with a multi-point turn on a wheeled vehicle, whereas the tracked one can literally just sit in place and spin because it's on treads. By the base.
Sorry, I'm talking to my son.
I don't want to poo-poo this truck. It still does the job. But in almost any situation, I'd rather have the tracked one.
Hello.
Hey, sit down.
Lift on.
So you can join without my having to bring up the code on my screen.
I'll give it a go. But I'll keep
should
you
be able to.
updated. Yeah. Oh god.
You can message in the code, so I'll send it over. And then we're not broadcasting it live on the internet.
Yeah. I just spent 20 to 25 minutes giving heavy hints that like, right, I need to go. Let's wrap this up, and everyone took that to mean, okay, let's spend the next 40 minutes recapping and breaking down what's just happened. And I'm like, no, get out of my town. The gate's open, go.
just be blunt. Just like, I need to poo, and if you don't go, you're gonna have to watch.
Oh yeah, I was. No, towards the end of it, I was just stood next to the open gate like, so when's everyone leaving?
They start flicking the lights on and off.
I think I'm gonna need a rolled up newspaper for next time.
Sure hope none of you have got epilepsy. Flick, 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 flick.
I'll start herding them out of the door with flashbangs or something.
Yeah, have you preloaded since the patch?
Huh?
Have you loaded
There's been a
any?
patch for the game. Yeah, it's been a patch for this game, and it seems to have changed some things.
You have to if you haven't loaded it since the patch, you're looking for like a 5-minute loading.
Oh, I see.
It's got to rebuild all the shaders.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's what it's doing right now. Pre-creating shaders.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's going up real slow.
Go fix yourself some dinner.
Yeah.
See, I didn't have to do that when I loaded the game. I just clicked load and it said, okay, off we go.
Really?
It did the normal, like, loading, like, one of 20,000 objects, but shaders it was fine with.
That's weird. Did you download the expansion? Or the patch?
No.
I know you didn't own the expansion, but I mean,
I did install the update.
like a 7 gig update, something like that.
Yeah, that was done. I think the day it came out.
It's like $25 for the update, or for the expansion. Like,
Maybe one day,
yeah,
but we've got another like 6 maps to do before we're even. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like another 7 maps to do before we're even in need of 2 extra maps.
right. I mean, I'm interested in the features that's talking about. It sounds like we can place buildings. I think that's the gimmick of the new expansion. Because we get a wrecking ball, knock down buildings, and it talks about ghosting, placing ghosts. Is what you do when you're laying out new buildings to build. So I'm very interested in seeing if, is it going to be just the equivalent of building a road? Like right here, there's outlines telling us exactly where I want the road right here, done this way. Is it going to be place the ghost of this specific building that we want you to build right here in this spot, but hey, you got a 10-foot radius between here and here that you can place it however you want? Or is it going to be, we'd like to have a new base. Let's flatten out this forest and build a new base over here. Or a supply depot, so we don't have to go as far for supplies.
There is a way of doing that, of storing supplies without having to take them all the way back to the base, but I didn't want to use it because, in my opinion, it's cheating.
Yeah, well, because I mean, I can already see that because the game it loves to teleport aerials.
No, what I'm saying is the mobile base thing. The two, you can use that as a mobile depot to like store your pipes and your things and pipes and beams and stuff in. You just drive it to where they are and then dump them in the box, and it'll store them in your company's inventory.
Right.
But I don't like using it because it kind of removes the whole point of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same reason why we drive back and forth sand quarries.
Burning hundreds and hundreds of liters of fuel. Global warming. I'm doing my part.
But I mean, like, if we didn't actually drive to the sand quarries, this game would be. It would already be on the last map by now. It is so often that the place that we need sand is within a sand quarry. That we would literally just click, refill, and dump, refill, dump, refill, dump, and like, what would be the point? We wouldn't even see half the map. What's the point to the roads that we're making if we're not going to drive on them, So yeah, I don't.
Oh, we're on this map.
Sand. It's coarse
Okay.
and it gets everywhere.
It's nice, I think it's everywhere.
Mrs. Chandler just looked at me when I said that. She went, all the nooks and crannies.
Oh, that's not where I want to go.
Nope, most definitely is not. Although you can go that way, it'll just take a lot longer.
I don't think so, because that's a closed.
Oh,
thing.
that, yeah, no, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Katie, sand. It's what's for dinner. That could hit.
It's what plants crave.
Real man eats his sand raw and likes it.
Right then, what are we up to?
Crunchy. We're making a road. We are title of the game.
Well, I'm thinking
I
of the Monty Python skit. Where they're outdoing each other with outlandish tasks. We ate 2 ants for 2 handfuls of gravel. Then my father would kill us and dance in our graves.
Jeez.
You know this skit I'm talking about.
I think I've seen it once, but a long time ago. But I need to.
You had a house.
definitely
We
need to
lived in
watch
a lake.
I definitely need to watch more Monty Python skits.
Yeah.
I think my favourite one is the one.
No,
where
I
the
know,
guy's
I know
trying-
the sketch.
He's trying to apply for the job in the Ministry of Silly Walks,
Yeah, the
and he goes, "You call that a silly walk? That's nothing." He starts walking around the office and showing him. He's like, "This is a silly walk."
yeah, like every other step you do a half turn. You call that a silly walk? Well, he's trying to get. He does points. He's trying to get a grant to develop this silly walk. The secretary comes in to give them tea. Her walk is so silly that she spills the tea all over the place because she's trying to carry a tray with it.
Yeah, that's my favourite one.
Katie's favorite Flying Circus sketch is the aviator banter. The only aviator I remember is the sheep. The sheep that they turn into an airplane. They're standing in front of a diagram of it. I know it was.
The old classic, funniest
I
joke
know,
in
'cause I
it.
know Cleese has talked about it as like one of the silliest, ridiculous skits he ever did. He has some real opinions on that skit. Not that it was bad, just that it was. I think that it just completely got out of hand because it was so absurd, even by their standards. And I think Palin was the person leading the skit, and he just kept piling on. I think it was Cleese talked about just he almost got a little too silly even for him. World War I pilots, Michael Cleese comes in and is trying, was he trying to fight Eric Idle? Or trying to tell Eric Idle that German planes are coming? Right. I think I've seen basically, can you give me a nudge? Believe it, I'm stuck on a rock. Oh. I'm getting off of it now. I've seen.
Still need that push.
I got it. That rock was. Also
Cool.
I've seen pretty much everything Monty Python released, and other projects that many of the Pythons have done that aren't under the Python banner.
Yeah, I enjoyed that song quite a lot when I saw that as well.
One of the skits that I frequently quote to myself is from Life of Brian. When all the worshippers are outside his house, we're here to see the Messiah, and his mother.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
There's no mess. There's no Messiah here, just a mess, something like that. There's a mess, but there's no Messiah. I think is what he said. Whenever I hear the word mess, I always think of that. Alright, but there's no Messiah.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Now, piss off.
I've not seen Life of Brian in a very long.
There are some who call me Tim.
Yeah. Well, that's Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Some who call me Tim, which is a
Yeah, 'cause
reference that made its way into Magic the Gathering.
Didn't know that.
Yep. In the original, I think it's in the original set. The first set of Magic the Gathering had the Prodigal Sorcerer. The 1/1 creature for 1 blue and 2 colorless mana. You can tap him to do 1 damage to anything. Prodigal Sorcerer. Everyone called him Tim. That was if you ever reference Tim to a Magic player, he knows exactly what card you're talking about.
I just enjoy the little bit of trivia that John Cleese was supposed to come up with this. He was supposed to have a super impressive name for the sorcerer, but they couldn't remember it. And he couldn't remember it when it came to filming time, so he just said Tim.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he had this it was like a name and then like 3 different things after it, like Tim, the mightiest sorcerer in all the land, and then he just they couldn't they had like 1 chance to film it because they only had so much film left, and
Right.
it was horrible weather and they were out in a place they didn't want to be in, so they were like,
Call me Tim.
there are some who call me Tim.
Katie is backing up the Prodigal Sorcerer. 1,000%. I can see the card art now. Yeah, exactly. No one called it Prodigal Sorcerer. It just everyone called it Tim. It was that skit was the reference. So they did later on. No, not a Python reference at this point, but it did remind me you were talking about the long name that he forgot. And I think it was the first joke set, because they made a couple of sets. It might have made more now, but Magic the Gathering actually released card sets that were invalid from the beginning. Like they were never going to be legal cards.
Yeah, these cannot be used in standard, but here's some cards for you to play
Yeah,
with.
one of them was called Unglued. The other one was Cracked. I don't remember, but I think it was the first one though. I own the full set of both of them. But one of them had what's the name of it? It was supposed to be like this gigantic, this incredible, super evil threat. And it was something like Timmy the Mouse. The card art was a picture of a mouse wearing a scarf. It was winter, so he's wearing a scarf and I think like a winter cap, He's holding a cup of hot cocoa. And it's this super high-powered bad guy. And he had a secondary ability on the card that said something like, for 1 black mana and 1 colorless mana, you can show this card and declare, it's coming, and you'll do 1 point of damage or something like that to any target. So you could taunt your opponent and say, he's coming. It's coming! It was just this sweet little mouse. I bet I could find that card.
No, not little Tim.
Yeah. It was something like the great unspeakable evil. You know, it was meant to be the most terrifying thing. It was this little, a church mouse type thing.
I'm so cute and precious until I ate your face.
Yeah.
It's a rabbit. Oh,
Like-
it's not.
Like Goose from Marvel, the cat that eats everything. Giant tentacles come out of its mouth and eat everything from Captain Marvel. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, but I haven't seen the actual film.
Yeah, the
He's a flurkin or something, isn't he?
something like that. Katie got it. Infernal Spawn of Evil. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly the card. I had that name in my head too when I started the conversation, and it just completely evaporated. Thanks for retrieving that, because I was never going to come up with it. Yeah, the Infernal Spawn of Evil, and it says this little mouse. I don't remember the stats or anything. The thing I remember most about it is the art and the fact that you can declare it's coming, and you actually go show them the card.
I think this should do for sand.
Say that.
I do say that, yeah.
Can we land an airplane on it?
Drift and code.
If it's got drift tires, yeah.
It wouldn't be able to take off again afterwards. Anything can land once.
That's from Serenity. And right at the beginning, when Mel says to Wash, "Well, just get us down," and Wash says, "Well, that part will happen definitely." He says it was a 7/7 for three black mana and 6 colors. Yeah. So it's still, I mean, it was still balanced for that day and age. Modern Magic: The Gathering, it'd probably cost 4 mana for the whole thing. Wildly overpowered creatures. In the description it says summon demon, but demon is scribbled out and they wrote beast. Nice. I have it in a binder somewhere. I have a couple of binders that were dedicated to the first 2 joke series. I did make a couple of decks with them, but it was like if you were going to play them, you had to tell people ahead of time. This contains cards from the unglued set. I won't play it if you did. And this is going to be painful.
If only we were like a little closer, because I think you would greatly enjoy the Steve Jackson game Munchkin.
I am familiar with Steve Jackson
Oh,
games.
God, yes.
Munchkin is
so
fantastic. And they do like Munchkin Vampire and like Munchkin Space and all sorts of things.
I've done plenty of Munchkin. So there's a fundamental problem with Steve Jackson games, which is that they almost exclusively all contain an element of anyone can play anything at any time, and the cards wreck whoever it is that they're played on. And so they all Steve Jackson games end the same, which is whoever's in second place always wins the game. Because everyone sits on the cards that will stop someone from winning the game, and they all dump the cards when someone's doing well, and the person behind them just wins the next turn over. Every Steve Jackson game is that way. So I stopped buying Steve Jackson games. They're generally fun games. Steve Jackson does know how to make a fun game. He doesn't know how to balance one. Our Magic might as well be learning a new language from scratch. You can never get back into it. Yeah, Katie, so I've played all of the Magic games. But, you know, because I still enjoy the mechanics of the game. But I haven't bought cards for many, many years. I stopped buying cards somewhere around the time that they introduced Type 2 as a tournament type. Because it was clear that my fast and fun collection was going to be invalid in pretty much any setting. Because, oh, you have to use the most recent set and the two supplemental sets to come with it. Everything else you know and love just might as well be toilet paper. No, I'm not gonna keep shelling out hundreds of dollars just to keep playing a game that I already have spent stupid amounts of money into.
Right, you should be good to tarmac this now, Charmer. Just doing the last little bit of smoothing.
Yeah, I'm just eating right now. I'll be right
Oh
there.
yeah, no worries. No worries at all.
You think you started?
One break.
I think you stopped in 2001. That's probably it. I don't know when I stopped buying cards, but that was, yeah, ages ago. Like, I don't play Arena, even though it's free to play, for the same reason, because they're following the same principle as Type 2. I got into the beta for Arena, and it was a lot of fun. It was a solid engine. It was good. It was a nice transition to the next stage of online, of Magic games, PC games. But when it left early access, of course they wiped our counts, which is fine, fair. But when they did so, they also took some of the expansions that were in early access out of the game, which told me they're going to do the same thing with that game that they did with what is Type 2 in actual physical. Yeah. Which is every so often, as they introduce new cards, they're going to just invalidate the old cards. I spend a lot of effort making creative decks, and the larger the card pool, the more creative the decks can be. And as you take cards out of the card pool, then you remove creativity, and everyone just ends up with the same deck. It's just not fun. So when it went live, I didn't even bother making an account. Nope, donezo. I'm gonna dump on this rock, because I'm tired of getting stuck on it. I want to soften the curve. That's what this sand was supposed to be about. I'm going to switch to the track truck though.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it so that it blends up that road you've just driven up as well. But yeah, I see what you're trying to do here.
So here, smooth this out, because there's this rock right here. Okay, how is the tractor getting stuck? Yeah, just push that forward and get over that irritating rock that kept... My gigantic wheeled vehicle will get stuck on it, then everything else that goes down that road is going to get stuck on it. So Katie, you might not be able to tell that we are moving a little slower than we were in the other vehicle, but this, you'll see why this is so much better when we start using. We're running into stuff while I'm reading chat. The idea of the meta in games is such a turn-off. It's very demoting for anyone doing the same thing. Yeah. Like, you know, I understood the purpose of Type 2 magic and in that kind of setting when it was introduced, which was give people who came to the game late an opportunity to compete with people who have been in the game since the beginning. And so by restricting the card sets, it made the game more accessible to new people. And I appreciate that as a premise. But they turned it into a money printer, because as soon as they did that, they went, oh wow, now if we can really push this narrative and not just put it in tournaments, but actually, you know, make it seem like this is the way it should be played, then we can start just mass churning out cards on a schedule. Because in the early days of Magic the Gathering, there was no schedule. It just, you know, it was a game, and then they were like, hey, we could expand on this and get some more cards in it. So they spent a lot of time, you know, I think Arabian Nights might have been the first expansion. Let's get a theme and do it in long time doing it, and, like, you know, it's an expansion just like any other game has an expansion. But once it got to Type 2, they were like, we can do a full core game. We can reprint the core game cards, make them rebuy all of them, and then we can do 2 mini expansions.
Oh, this is a pen.
And yeah, and then we'll say we're going to do it, you know, and so it's like every 2 months we're going to come out with a new expansion, and they set it to the calendar. You would guarantee the new set was going to come out every X number of months, and that became their monetary thing. Draw your cards for the next 2 months because we're going to replace them. This, I don't think has enough fuel. So you can see, okay, I can spin in place, which is what is huge on this. I don't have to do the multi-point turn. But also in the bottom left, you can see that armor lifted out of gas. I'm gonna go fuel it up.
Oh, that's annoying.
Run into the new sand bump.
Yeah, I'll flatten it back out.
I told you I was gonna try and fill in that curve.
Yeah. No, I'll get back in the dozer. I'll get it back to me perfectly smooth, ready for tarmac and road.
I feel like bad game design. It's working as intended. Because it went from the love of the game for the developers to just how much can we milk out of these addicted players. And it becomes a sunk cost fallacy for a lot of players too, because it's like the past two sets, like, or it's the current set and the past one. So if you bought all the cards and got, you know, enough, because you don't just get all the cards, you have to get 4 of each card that you're going to want to use, and rares, of course, are rare, and so it's a huge monetary investment. And so when the previous set cycles out, you have 2 active sets. You still have 1 active set that you probably spent hundreds of dollars into. And now a new set is coming out, and either you can dump a whole bunch of money into that new set to make the previous set that's still active useful to you, or you just lose it all. So it becomes that sunk cost fallacy of, you know, I spend a lot of money on these cards, but they're not being good to me if I don't get the new set that goes to go with them as part of the current meta. That's why I dropped it like a rock. Like, oh, I'm out. I'd rather, you know, spend that money on having a functioning car and a roof over my head and being able to eat every day. Basic adulting. I can spend a fraction of that money on a computer game and get, you know, play it until ever I feel like not playing it anymore.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons I don't collect physical Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, because if you're not buying the new deck, you're not competitive. You just can't. You've got no chance.
Yeah.
So I just play. I prefer casual matches with friends using way old cards, and I'm talking like 10 years out of date decks. If not more.
Okay, I played Magic far enough back to remember that we used to play for Ante. And I have a Mox Sapphire, and I used to play my deck with the Mox in it for Ante. Mox Sapphire in there, Time Twister, a bunch of other rare stuff. Or Mahamodi. Well, yeah, it had Mahamodi gens, but it had it was a big blue deck. It had 4 Vesuvian doppelgangers. Doppelganging was cloning. Being able to clone was, there was only 2 cards in the game at the time that could do it. They were super rare. Play with my deck's full of dual lands. Those are so expensive now, or they were last time I played. I know there's a lot of alternatives that have come into the game now. Wait. This is way too. That rock is a real pain. We're going to need to go back over the road anyway after we finish it, because it's a pre-designed road. It's going to undo some of the work once it snaps into place. Most of the roads that we do in this game are not predefined. So you see the lines running down it. That's not normal. I mean, it's an in-game objective as a result. But most of the roads that we make are not in-game objectives. They're personal objectives. It's us against the environment. Another advantage to this truck is that it can do this. Cool. Driving sideways along a cliff or something like that and dumping sand off of it. All this looks like this looks like scrap concrete that we've been driving past. Kind of registered to me. We'll be able to pick up a bunch of that and take it back to the recycling plant. And if you're playing this game solo, like I said, you don't have. We drive all the way up to the sand stuff because we're role players and it's more fun. But if we look at the map layers, sand quarries. That's the size of the sand quarry. Just ridiculous. And then here's the size of this sand quarry. Basically, the whole map. Even though it's designated as this being the sand quarry up here where we're actually driving up to. If I'd known what I was doing when I was creating the map, I would the save. I would have turned that all the way down because there is a setting for it. It's just set to normal. I'd like to smooth all this road out too. Might sand it, just not pave it. You know, Charmer, what we need is like a trowel on the back of the bulldozer or the dump truck. As it's dumping, it would just drag the trowel behind it and smooth out the sand as it goes.
Right, so it just does away with the bulldozer altogether then.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have the finite control of the bulldozer, but like, you know, if I just want to sand over an area, it would, you know, smooth out the dunes. Rather than leaving giant hills everywhere. There'd still be advantages to the bulldozer, you know, plus the bulldozer can move rocks and stuff like that. I'm kind of thinking of the scene from Spaceballs. Comb the desert.
You found anything? I ain't found shit!
Yeah. The two black guys where they're using a hair pick. And we ain't found shit.
I want that man fired. But sir, he's an asshole. Yes, sir. Half the crew are assholes.
What is his name? Something like Lieutenant Philip K. Asshole or something?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about Spaceballs 2. They're working on it, but Mel Brooks has no part in it at all. Yeah, other than giving it his blessing, not making he's not part of the creative. It's nothing. It's purely in name. I'm real leery about that. It's risking. You know, maybe it'll be great. It won't be Mel Brooks great, but it's risking a lot, right? Because you know, those are some big shoes to fill. I would rather not have a Spaceballs 2 than have a bad Spaceballs 2. Yeah, once you put that thing in the zeitgeist, there it is. Like Indiana Jones 4. The whole franchise was better off with that not existing. Carver, do you have your roller down here?
The roller should be somewhere nearby.
You might want to do an initial roll of the new road that we're building just to get it past the... You know when we complete it, it's going to mess up the road. Because it's a pre-designated road. You might want to get it past that point so that we can finish the road properly. You know, fix the damage that it does once it snaps into place. Weird that part of that road keeps... it's like it's done and then not done. Hang on. Oop, right, oh, lost control. Hang on. Cross the road past you. That was going over there. Already was trying the demo of this game, deciding whether or not you might be interested in joining us at some point.
Come in, Mark. Not yet.
I'd forgotten that there was a demo for this. Which, by the way, Katie, there is a demo for this. You're talking about you might be interested in playing it solo. I'd suggest trying out the demo.
If in a night after you used that demo, we'd played it over and over. We played it like 3 times right through.
I mean, I played to the demo before I bought it. It was enough to convince me to buy it. Although, in fairness, I knew that if I bought it, we had to go through. headlights on this thing. That is never gonna smooth out. Sand is getting in the way of the sand. Yeah. Bringing it into that is way too thick. Oh, this is awful. That could easily. I think that's gonna need to be ground up. Asphalt destruction. Hopefully the area of them being up will be smooth outable and it'll turn it into terrain now that it's been turned into asphalt once. Oh! Out of fuel.
My Jeep's nearby.
Oh, it is. You're literally right there.
Apologies for my brief absence.
Alright, we've built a road in your absence and I'm tearing it up again.
Excellent. Yeah, I've only just realised I've not actually eaten anything all day, so I had to make myself a pizza.
Did you make a pizza?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. My pizza is cold now.
Yes, it's a cold pizza.
Yeah.
I have pizza sitting next to me. I completely forgot about it. Afraid this isn't going to smooth out now that it has been turned into asphalt at one point. Huh. It did kind of smooth out. Nice.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna sort little Jammer out for bed.
You gonna go make some pizza?
No, I'm gonna put little Jammer to bed. I'll be right back.
Alright. Yeah, this bit's not smooth. That's much better. expand there. Thought I heard a knocking sound. Knocking at my door, then I need to look at the doorbell. It's right next to it. I think that's as good as that's gonna get. Over this corner. Yeah, another load of sand through the corner, I think. That's rough terrain. Park right there. Little bit of love. Don't know if we're ever gonna be able to smooth that out properly though. Little brush I just went over keeps popping back up.
Yeah, that's the trouble with that. You can only ever get it so good.
But I think I'm gonna have to go through, do a little bit more
I
asphalt
think we can call
construction.
Operation Restore the Concrete Plant a success. My naming of operations, not so much.
Did we complete something?
It's all thanks to you as usual. I mean that. I've sent you some concrete bridge designs. I'm sure they'll be helpful. Of course,
Oh, now
we
you're
have
gonna
a
send
long
us
road ahead
concrete
bringing the
bridge
rest of the
designs.
region back to shape.
What did
But
we
we're
complete
off
that
to a
gave us
good
that?
start.
We were stuck on wood. Wooden bridges. I'm still only seeing wooden bridges. It's complete. Going complete. Object's already been delivered. It's like the route that someone plotted didn't work, which doesn't surprise me because that whole area needs to be
Yeah.
processed. Haven't started on it yet. We need to get a truck through there at the very least with a crane and a flatbed to start picking up the rocks. Like right about where that stopped. That whole area is unbelievably bad to transverse. Even without fixing the roads, it's all giant rocks that need to be picked up and moved. Farmer took a whole truckload over up to the bridge and dumped them into the river. But that was from a different area. Have to do some of that. Make that road passable. I had trouble passing through just in my scout vehicle. That's how bad it is. Be able to get rid of this asphalt ridge. That way. Pretty promising. Our wheels off the ground. Got a little bit. Nope, stop. Nope, nope, don't make it worse. Don't make it worse.
Hey, is it just me? Or is there a way through that crumbled wall? I don't think anybody would mind
What
if
is
we
she-
used it as a
what is
little
she triggering on?
shortcut, would they? Then again,
Oh, it's
the
me.
Greats Wood will be long gone by the time they notice.
Oh yeah, I hadn't gotten a chance to explore that area. I was trying to get our roads there first. I parked my vehicle up there to continue exploration after we got connected. Armor was actively hiding that from me. Told me I had to find it myself.
Oh, your scout pickup thing.
Yeah, my scout was already up there. I was just waiting until we actually got roads up to that area first, proper. Trying to get this bump cleared out without digging through trenches. That might be viable. Stand over it. Getting pretty well smoothed out if you want to get back on the asphalt layer. No.
Yeah. I'll head on over.
Or if we need more sand or not. How this curve comes out. I really wanted to sand over that rock that was giving a problem, but looks like the sand just kind of went down around it. We could probably use another load of sand right where I'm sitting. The terrain got tore up in the asphalt destruction phase. Things out. Yeah, we're gonna have to sand over that. So I know you weren't here when we discovered it, but so Harmer mentioned to you, but you know, when on the previous map when we reran all of those routes for you guys, that you didn't have credit for them.
Oh yeah.
You guys had credit for them. It just wasn't showing it.
Oh, right. Oh, fair
That's
enough.
why that's why Charmer has all this money to be buying all these vehicles, and he's a level ahead. Because he got double payday for everything. Like the advanced stuff that you're driving around right now, I don't even have access to yet. So that answered that question about, you know, like when we were like, why is it that it's not showing you guys have access? Or, you know, you guys don't have credit for these routes that we, you know. Now, did you guys not get credit? Yeah, apparently you did. What? Okay.
Yeah, the issue is like, it remembers that we did all those routes. In that, like, we had all the XP, we had all the money and that. It just, every time we came back in, it would show them as not completed yet.
Exactly. Yeah. We weren't sure about that when we initially discovered it. We're like, all right, we're just gonna, you know, err outside of caution and complete the routes. But now that he's literally an entire company level ahead of me, and since he's always present for everything we've done on this map, the only way that could be explained is if he did indeed get credit the first time around. I know that you're behind sometimes because you're not always here with us. You have to leave a little early.
Yeah, I don't mind though, like, I'm not here for the money or the XP or anything.
I mean, from a bug analysis standpoint, that kind of answered our question. We're like, how did he not get credit for these things? He did get credit. It's, like you said, forgetting.
Oh, what did you do?
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing to see here. This is absolutely, positively not going to work.
Nope, that is not happening.
It's definitely not happening. See, this is why we sand so much to smooth out these roads, so that we don't have these sharp edges that cause vehicles to roll off of them. Nice. Done. Switch to it. Well done.
I lost half my sand, but it was worth it.
Isn't that better than watching me try to use this thing to drag it up the hill?
So, where do you want a bit of sand anyway?
And let me get this guy out of the way. And I'll drive with the bulldozer.
Tell you what, I'll switch to the flatbed. I'll just let you dump that bit of sand.
I just want to get this out of the way, that's all. You can stay on the... oh, that's not working. In fact, right in front of me, see the... right here. See how the train is right here right on my blade?
Yeah, I see.
Trying to smooth that out. I'll try to push from this side as much sand forward as I can onto it. But once we pave over that, it's going to be a nightmare. are. And that's from the asphalt destruction. Angling that part of the terrain. He got rid of the ridge real nicely. Out of gas. Oh, enough. I was trying to see if there's enough room here for me to bring the fuel truck. Farmer went AFK in the vehicle that has fuel. Where is... Oh, the big fuel truck's all the way up, all the way down at the concrete. No, that's the semi. Last time I bought a semi trailer. For carrying the big mega pipes. I don't think the fuel truck's out. Time to bring in the big boy. And get it stuck. That's what's gonna happen. I'm going on record saying that I'm doing a very bad thing. Because once I get there, assuming I do get there, we're gonna know where to park this thing. Come on, you're going downhill.
You lot still having trouble with this hill?
Well, someone went AFK in the only vehicle that has fuel transfer in it, so I had to bring something else.
I didn't realise you'd empty it. I apologise, I had to
I know, it's...
discard my child.
That's fine. I
caught a rock right in my gizzards.
I just don't know where I'm going to put this thing after I the fuel from it. All right, if you just want to drive it down the road, park it somewhere. I keep running out of gas in your vehicles. My vehicle's gonna run out of gas. First rule of content creation: blame everyone else for your mistakes.
That's why it was always Chat's fault when you run out of fuel. And
It is always Chat's fault. I don't ever want to be one of those streamers that, like, obviously I want to, it would be nice to make some kind of income from all the effort I put into film this. But I cannot stand watching a streamer, especially a Twitch streamer, that can never get through a sentence because they keep going, oh hey, thanks for the biddies, and it's just like, obviously I want to acknowledge viewers, and especially, generosity of viewers. But there needs to be finish the conversation you're having, and then, acknowledge your appreciation for contributions that people are giving. But you get the streamer that was just
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what I gotta be careful about how I say it. Just
I know exactly what you mean, though.
yeah.
But on the other side of that as well, like, I don't want to, like, donate or contribute to a streamer and then be the kind of person that's like, oh, hey, I just gave you $5. Mention it, please. You know, like, I didn't do that for you to not say anything.
Right. Well, that's right. That's supposed to be. I mean, some people are doing it and want the acknowledgement. I mean,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to acknowledge it, and I want to acknowledge, but I don't want it to be. I think it's an attitude in the way you do it and the priorities, because you get streamers who are clearly doing it to farm the money
Yeah.
and not like the game is completely secondary and the content they're creating is secondary. It's towards it's not the acknowledgement, it's the way that they sacrifice everything just to hype up the person who did it, to get, you know, in an attempt to encourage other people to, you know, they give them that little nugget, because they're like, oh man, look, if you donate, you'll get the special attention as well type of thing, as opposed to genuine gratitude of someone contributing. Because there are some content creators I watch who, you know, acknowledge when, you know, someone donates to the stream, and they do it in a respectful and they don't. It's not like they're congratulating their baby for going poo in their diaper. You know what I'm saying?
That's probably the best analogy.
Yeah. I have no idea.
I don't even know if I should be tarmacking this yet.
I have no idea what brought me to even saying that. There was something that triggered that conversation, and I completely lost.
It's always chat's fault.
Yeah, always chat's fault. Probably, yeah. Like, I don't engage with chat because I'm trying to reward them for chatting. It's because I genuinely want to engage with chat. I love talking to my viewers. And I get... It becomes chat's fault because of that. Because I'm so interested in chatting with people and getting to know people. That I get distracted from what I'm doing in the game and run out of fuel.
Honest, when I was watching you play Hard Space Shipbreaker when I first joined the channel, that's one of the things that made me stick around. It's like you had your own things you wanted to talk about, but you were also happy to engage with the chat and talk about whatever they brought up as well.
Yeah.
Whether it was like rumour crafting about what do we think could come next, or what do I not like about the game, what do I like about the game, or if it was like something completely off topic as well.
Yep. That's just, you know, spirit I live by, is be friendly and have fun with people. Part of why I'm part of a gaming community, because by and large, gaming people are open and accepting and just friendly by nature. Of course, we run into some issues when it comes to online gaming, because trolls. Pardon me, goodness.
My fun is making sure you don't have any.
Yeah.
Thanks, guy. But you're gonna be around a pie.
I mean, like, the only time we've ever had to kick someone from chat has been, you know, like spam bots.
Yeah.
We've never had to remove someone for being a d-hole.
Yeah, we've never had any like abusive people or people that were just here to be trolls. That were just,
Yeah.
like you said, it was just spam. It was just pointless to have in the chat. Not meaningful engagement. What's the point?
Right. think this corner is probably as smooth out as it's going to get. But it is kind of ironic that I'm running out of fuel in this game, because that was kind of the genesis of the meme of it's always chat's fault. Because back in hard space in early access, when they didn't have that constant nagging audio alert, it would, that was the running game of every stream, was if chat can distract me enough when my fuel starts running low to get me to run out of fuel, and they succeeded frequently doing so. I'd have to pull myself and hand over hand my way back to the master jack to refuel.
Nice one way to keep you chatting, kids.
Yeah.
Make a game out of it.
That's exactly what it was. I was never mad about it either.
Oh, look what you
Became
made me do.
a battle of wills.
And it was handy multitasking experience as well.
Right. So aside from us finishing this road, we need to be moving rocks. We're going on our priority list of what needs to be done next. I don't know if it was you or Sifton who plotted the route between the repair shop and the
Yeah,
lab
that was me.
facility, but it's going right through the.
Oh, through all the rock pile.
Yeah. In fact, I find it highly unlikely that any NPC vehicle is going to make it up that hill. I think that the roundabout needs to be cleared.
Well, I'm in my mule, so I'll go down there and start moving rocks.
All right. I figured of what Sifton's busy doing. There's a lot of rocks. I imagine more than one person could. Quiet on the.
I've not been keeping up with it myself, but have you heard any more news? It's a very off chance, but have you heard any news about what the hard space guys are doing with the IP?
Went backwards. No, I think you were AFK earlier when I was talking about it. They did a patch recently for hard space, but the patch was centered around removing branding from hard space as part of their reacquisition of their ownership. So they're removing the traces of, I think, the publisher, whoever their partner was.
See.
So if you're in game and it's just going to have their name, which is a sign that they're making progress in some fashion with supporting the IP, right? You know, maybe they're setting up for something. Might be a little bit of copium. So hopefully it means they're doing something. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear anything for, you know, a couple of years or more. I'm not gonna dispatch, but I've got that brawn as much as I reasonably can. Around the way. But you know, if we go on the assumption that they didn't have a new title being built in earnest until they had acquired, you know, reacquired the rights, with those exclusive rights, right? Because I imagine that if they were going to make an effort to reacquire the rights, then it's probably because they wanted to do something new without having to pay a partner. They wouldn't have invested in that project in any meaningful way until they knew that they could exclude anyone, you know, having to share the rights with anyone. To know that they're going to make it profit that they want to make out of it. So I'm going to assume that they hadn't actually in earnest started a new project until they knew that they could do it without someone going, oh, that looks nice. By the way, we own part of that IP, so we're going to stick around and claim our bit. And given the length of game, you know, development cycles, normally being several years, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear anything from that universe for the next couple of years. But I have every reason to believe that they're actually doing something now with it, so yay. Maybe we'll still be playing Roadcraft expansions by that time. They keep releasing them. I think we might be done with the sanding, paving phase of this, or platting phase of this particular road. Tiffany, still with us? I think he might be okay.
I think he's probably gonna put his dishes back.
Probably what?
He's probably gonna put his dishes back because he made pizza, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still with you. Hi.
I'll start asphalting if you follow me on the roller, or help Farmer with his rock displasion.
I'll hop in the roller. Oh, it's only a little thing. Oh, bless it.
That's the new advanced roller.
It's
backwards.
also faster than the old one.
Yeah, both of these are massive upgrades. This asphalt layer is, I mean, it's a little bit faster, but I think the bigger thing is that it seems to be a lot more reliable. Struggles a lot less with terrain than the other one did. less often. I was looking at the reviews on the talking about expansions on the museum, the 2-point museum recent expansion, and a lot of people are not happy with it. I was strongly considering getting it, you know, on sale right now, and I really like my museum. There have been some reasonable criticisms of the new expansion. The biggest one being that, you know, so it's a new museum, and it's introducing the mechanics of capturing animals. Apparently there's some weirdness about that whole thing as it is. But the biggest complaint seems to be that a lot of the animal enclosures have to be outside. And the whole game is, you know, from the core is designed to be interior. Everything's meant to be done indoors. And so now they've introduced an outdoor mechanic, but haven't adjusted the rest of the game to function outdoors. So like they said, like, you can't do outdoor bathrooms, you can't do all, there's a bunch of stuff that are critical for balancing out your museum, and they're things that just don't function outside. Sounds like a real oversight. Mouse are not looking good. When I look at reviews for a game, I almost always just look at the negative reviews. And then I judge them based on whether or not they're well written or if they're petty. Like if I see, you know, 2 or 3 reviews of, since the expansion, my game won't load. Like, not a point to it. You don't. Why are you making a negative review? That's not reviewing the game content. Take that to the bugs forum and work that out with the developers about getting your game to work again. Not a review of the game. I mean, obviously it's a bad sign if multiple game crashes between people. But I mean, if there's a bunch of reviews about crashes, then that's one thing. Then it's going poor programming. But when it's just, my game won't start now, I just ignore that kind of stuff. But if they make intelligent, meaningful observations, like whole new expansions outdoors and nothing else in the game works outdoors, therefore none of it works together, well, then that's evidence of poor game design. Definitely the kind of negative reviews I'm looking if they exist. Which disappoints me because it looks like fun. Maybe in a future patch they'll address that. There's been other criticisms about how grindy it is. That, you know, like in all the other museum types, or exhibit types in the museum, you get better versions of the things you're looking for by advancing your survey level of the area that you're exploring. And then you get more knowledge of a thing by doing research on it. It's a pretty good flow. It gives you a thing to do with your lesser versions. Oh, I found an epic version of this thing that I only had a common version of. Great, I'll throw the common version in the grinder and research it and get more knowledge on it for more value. Apparently with the animals.
You can't exactly feed them through the grinder unless you want to buy
Yeah.
a wood chipper.
Apparently with the, well, I mean, you do with the aquatic ones, right? You still do the same research mechanism. But now with the new ones, I guess they have traits. And you can't find certain traits out in the wild, and you have to breed them. Hope to get traits out of them, and even then they get old and die off, and you have to send some of them up to the farm upstate.
Ship them off to the glue factory.
And they're just saying that's, you know, highly grindy because of, I guess you're just trying to breed and hope to get ones that you need, and it doesn't sound fun. All right, I think I've got all of it asphalted that needs rolled. I'm gonna look and see where my burn is. So while you were AFK, Tifton went and explored basically the entire map. So now I know where all the cycling facilities are. I don't think I'm going to move the new heavy hauler that I bought. I'm just gonna leave it sit where it is. Get the Varan out and help with the rocks. We got a bunch of pipes in the heavy hauler. Maybe I can get it up to the steel beam facility. Done so that we can enable the concrete facility properly. Kelly gave a spiel when he was doing his thing about giving us the blueprints for the concrete bridges, but we still don't have them, so I'm guessing that we have to finish this objective first. I know my... I'll help get the rocks out of the way. Yeah, through here. Okay. We need one of those big industrial bulldozers with the giant scoops on the front that can scoop up several rocks at once and then dump them into the back of the flatbed. I don't think it would work that well in this game. gravity drops? I can't. But I knew you had dragged out a bunch of the larger boulders. I wasn't sure if I could get these smaller ones. Not sure how much effort I should make into trying to stack these nicely. Bad taste in my mouth even saying that. So Charmer, in the Project Zomboid, I mentioned
Yeah.
I got a new save where I'm trying to learn some of the mechanics of the game, and I've dismantled my first wrecked vehicle successfully. By the way, have you ever made it to Louisville?
I never met what, sorry.
What was that?
What did you say?
I said, have you ever made it to Louisville in Zomboid?
Not deliberately.
What do you mean not deliberately?
Once I ended up there and I was exploring the map, I didn't realise just how far I'd gotten.
So you have been
But
there.
yes, but never deliberately, and never by choice.
Right, but so did you, on that version, was the bridge just totally covered in wrecked vehicles?
Yes.
So I've successfully now dismantled the, like I said, I'm trying to learn the mechanics of the game. And so it took a long time for me to find a welding mask necessary for the task. Like I found welding torches. And apparently it takes an entire full welding torch to dismantle one vehicle. There's, I guess, 10 uses of a welding torch, and it uses all 10 to dismantle a single vehicle, which I'm not criticizing. I mean, you're talking about cutting up an entire car.
I believe you can refill the welding torches with propane if you can find a propane tank.
That's what I was curious about, because I felt like I'd seen propane tanks, but I know lately I found a bunch of oxygen tanks.
So the oxygen tanks are intended to be, it's not working currently, but they're intended to go with the SCBA gear, which is like the stuff that firefighters wear. It's like a big full face mask. So if you're going through an area with lots of dead infected, it would
I see.
get rid of the, like, you wouldn't suffer from the smell and
Bad
things like
smell.
that. Yeah. But last I checked, it wasn't working.
I don't think I've found any of those. I don't know if I haven't. I found still face filter, no masks. Hey there, Alan. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. But now that I know it's going to take an entire full welding torch per car I'm gonna need to start looking for multiple torches. Like I don't know, maybe I'll try multiple ones. Nope. Did the whole thing on the first trial. The other thing I found funny about it was that after I dismantled the car, you know, and it left all that stuff laying in the road from the dismantling, I was able to easily fit an entire car worth of metal in a garbage bag. I mean, it was a lot of stuff. But still, it's like, okay, now that I've dismantled this car, it fits in a garbage bag. Sorry for being late. No, you're not late. Or everyone's encouraged to come and go as they please. Glad to see you. We've been trying out the patches for Pure because, you know, obviously I would like to stream it again. But they're still ironing out things that make me a little concerned about the reliability of streaming it. It's okay if we run into weird stuff when we're off camera, because then we can deal with that, or if a bug that shows up that just ends the session entirely, then okay, you know, I want to do something else. But if we're scheduling a stream, then I don't want viewers to show up for half an hour, then suddenly we have to abandon the run because of some critical issue. So far, I'm liking the changes. All except for one. So the Good Vibes patch that recently released earlier this week, they added a new feature that is terrible, in my opinion, which is that the cursor now automatically recenters itself every time you interact with a UI element, like picking up a patient's chart. So wherever your mouse was, the cursor is no longer aligned with it, and that's extremely frustrating. I find myself constantly picking my mouse up and recentering it because the mouse keeps, you know, the cursor keeps being not where I left it, and it's causing it to take a lot longer for me to discharge patients, because, you know, we always end up with a whole bunch of patients sitting on beds waiting to be discharged, or you treat a whole bunch of them in a line. Eventually you go down the line and you discharge all of them, you know, send a checkout. And previously, once I got my button right where the send a checkout button is, or I got my cursor where that button is, I can just strafe down the row and go click on the patient, hit the button, boom, 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 and just I can send an entire row of people in seconds. Now I can't do that. Every time I click on a patient, my mouse cursor is all the way back in the middle, and now I have to pick up my mouse, move my mouse back to where it belongs, and then drag it back down and carefully, you know, like, all right, where's that button at, and retarget it. It is just, I saw the patch notes state that, and like, I know this is gonna be terrible. And I played it, and I'm like, yep, this is terrible. Sucks so bad. Who is this for? I've already posted a feedback on the developer site, pleading with them to please undo that change, or add an option, disable, you know, cursor recentering. I can't think of a single game I play where I have been happy to have the cursor moved to somewhere other than where I previously had it.
I know that when I was playing that, I kept finding myself surprised that it hadn't reset to the center.
Yeah. No, I agree. I was conscious of the fact that it wasn't recentering itself, and I was always glad when it didn't. I agree with you that I was surprised that it hadn't. And I think the reason that we're surprised is because our cursor becomes hidden when we're in a mode that doesn't involve the cursor. So when we close a patient chart, either by closing it or by hitting checkout, into checkout, we go back to first person, FPS mode. And there's a cursor in the middle of the screen at all times, the little plus for targeting, patients and boxes and whatever. But that's just your center of screen. The cursor itself is still, your Windows mouse cursor is still wherever it was that you left it. So the next time you interact with a chart or another UI element that frees up the cursor from the middle of the screen, it would return to wherever you already had it. And that's why it kind of seems surprising, because it would jump in that case, but it was jumping back to where the mouse already is, on your desktop or on your mouse mat or whatever. And for me, that was the best of both worlds. Because the difference is that the cursor's in the middle of the screen when mouse movement is moving your perspective on the screen, right? If you want to look left, the cursor's locked to the middle because the mouse movement's going to turn your character. When the cursor's unlocked, the character isn't moving and you're using a mouse cursor to interact with elements on the screen. And I don't want that to be recentered. I want that to be where my mouse is, targeting things specifically. So it's a very negative quality of life change for me. I don't know how that experience extends to other people. But Charmer, I imagine that's why it surprises you, because there's that dissonance between my cursor's in the middle, but that's because you're in a mode where you're mouse looking as opposed to mousing. So it looks like the cursor has returned to mid, but it hasn't.
When I'm playing a game like DayZ, whenever I go, obviously the view tracks the mouse. When you look left, you move your mouse left, and so on.
Yeah.
But then when you go into the inventory screen, so you press tab and it brings up the inventory over screen, the cursor always starts in the middle.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's what I'm used to on that side of things.
Yeah, and I know there are games that do that. But I'm not liking it for here. Like I'm fine that with the notion that there might be people who do like that. I'm fine with it being an option, but I'd like for it to be optional. That's kind of the request I've put in there. Is these are the reasons why this new feature is causing problems. Can we get an option on the menu, setting menu, to disable if it's something that that causes problems with our play. I don't have high hopes that they're going to change it. I don't, especially because, I had put that feedback in a long time ago for the key bindings not working properly for us who do not play right-handed, and it was flagged as the developers having, seen and acknowledged it as a problem, and they have done zero to do anything about it. And it should be a relatively simple fix. They don't have to build a new menu for it. The whole key binding system already exists, so they don't have to do anything new for it. They just have to fix the places where it's the links between them are broken. reference reference lines. So it should be a almost trivial fix, and I know that's dangerous to say. To think something is easy that isn't in programming. But I do have a programming history and understand those things. This should be a trivial. Given the existing architecture that they already have in place. So it's going to come down to priorities. But it's not going to stop me from playing the game. I'll just be frustrated by it. Why? Yeah. Rocks I'm picking up even part of a... No, that's not. And now I'm just starting a rock collection.
Put them back. Got rocks at home.
Where are you dumping the rocks?
In the river.
Do we have I was gonna say, do we have a spot that's the quarry that we're filling up with?
So what I've been doing is I've been driving my vehicle to the edge of the bridge, ungrappling, and then driving the vehicle off the bridge, and then using the crane to get it back out of the river and put it back on the bridge. I've already picked him up once, so I don't want to pick him up twice.
Or are you just rolling off the bridge? Dump?
Yep. Just dumps all my stones into the bridge, and then the crane's in position to grab the truck once here.
You know, by that argument, why don't you just bring your sand truck here, and turn it sideways. You can turn the bed sideways and tilt, and just dump it all into the river.
Because then I would have to pick them up with one vehicle, put them in another vehicle.
Yeah, but you usually like doing that.
Yeah, but like this time I just figured. Are you alright over there, Sifton?
He hasn't moved for a while. Isn't he okay? Maybe the pizza didn't set well with him.
Perhaps. Either that or he's nodded off in his chair.
I'm thinking that this should be trivial. Do not pick me up.
Oh. What if I just pick you up by one side and dangle you over the edge?
I know. I thought about proposing that, but let me demonstrate what I'm. That to stop. It's gonna be it. All right. This. Me. It'd help if it wasn't targeting your rocks that are already in the river. Oh, come on. Why is it targeting every rock that's in the river except for on my... There we go. We just... Lift. Lift. I mean, if you want to continue to throw your vehicle in the water, I'm not going to judge. Saying it's not as problematic as it was getting them into the bed in the first place. There is something satisfying about throwing all these in the river. At least they're not bags full of kittens.
Jesus. I gotta have to say, I never saw that coming.
I reworded it half a dozen times in my head before I said it. Gotta come out first. I grew up with pets, and our first cat was a litter that someone had stepped into a bar or a pub or whatever it was that my mother was at, and they had all the kittens in a open top box, and they just walked in the door, set the box of kittens on top of a cigarette machine, and walked out. Abandoned them.
Jeez.
Newborns. My mother brought them home, and we nursed all of them. Be old enough to give away. Found homes for all of them, and missed them so much that she went and reclaimed one of them.
Fair enough.
That was our first cat. We had a miniature collie. So he helped raise the kittens. He'd clean them and protect them. Just, you know, he was very motherly. Awesome dog. Didn't you?
I think Sifton's fallen asleep.
I think you might be right. I might have to mute him. I mean, I know that my stream schedule isn't real compatible with his life schedule. He's always often very tired by the time he comes there. I always appreciate the time we get.
Trying to call him IRL, see if I can wake him up so he can at least go to bed properly.
I'm going to temporarily mute him on the Discord, because if he answers the phone, don't need him to...
He might have his phone on silent, I'm not sure.
All right, I've muted him to the channel, just so that he doesn't wake up disoriented and whatever conversation he has with you, not realizing he's sitting in front of a microphone.
Yeah. I did hear him for a second there. You all right there, bird? I think you might need to get some sleep, buddy. Yeah, sorry about that. But thanks for coming. Yeah, go get yourself some rest. No, don't be sorry. It's just one of those things that happens.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I have you muted currently in Discord, just so that you can have your conversation with Charmer without being, everyone else listening in on you. Assuming you can hear me, yeah, we certainly understand. We know you're always, you work a lot and often tired when we drag you in here at really ungodly hours for you guys over in the UK. I always appreciate when you can make it. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you from the channel, so if you want to talk, you're welcome to do so.
Well,
right.
all I've got is goodbye.
You're on. Yeah, you're live again.
Well, thanks for coming.
Of course.
I hope you sleep well
Yeah,
and get plenty of
Good
rest.
night.
Yeah, I should do. Good night, guys.
Yeah, look after yourself, dude. Catch you soon. Little fella.
You called it.
I kept hearing slightly strange noises coming. I didn't know if he was having a conversation with somebody or if we were listening, if we were catching like YouTube video or something in the background. And then I'm pretty sure I heard a very clear snore.
Yeah,
So
it was.
I think he's falling asleep.
Yeah, it was. Honestly, I'm always surprised the amount of time they get out of the two of you, given the disparity in our time zones.
Yeah, I mean, he gets up and he's awake at like 6 o'clock in the morning because he's just one of these early risers.
Ugh.
So yeah, same for me. I could happily sleep until about 2 in the afternoon and then just be up all day, all afternoon and all night because that's just the even when I've slept at a quote unquote appropriate time and then gotten up at a proper time, even then I'm still more mentally active in the afternoon and evening and night time.
Absolutely.
I'm just wired that way.
Yep. Yeah, my circadian rhythm has me up at night, regardless. A night creature.
Yes. Very much so.
I have little use for sunlight. You always hear about the places that are like, I only get 6 weeks of sunlight for the entire year. I'm like, ah, that must be awesome.
Sign me up, baby.
If it weren't so cold, I'd move there. I don't think I needed to move this boulder, but I can, so I'm going. So I don't think there's a whole lot more that needs to be out of this path. And a secure cargo, that's not. There we go. Boink. Yeah, the favorite jobs I've ever had have been night jobs. I'm not gonna say the best jobs I've had, but stop trying to get me to pick up every rock along the side of the road. That's the last. Right there's the last one. Okay. Just think like the atmosphere is calmer air at night. And nighttime people tend to be less high-strung. Like if I'm working with other people who are working overnights, they tend to all just be like, yeah, whatever.
Don't do you, I'll do me. Let's
Yep.
get the job done and go home.
Yep. I'm a little concerned about that, about your deal with the pickup truck in the back of it, because it's just sitting there jumping up and down like it's having a physics fight with something.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I'll back. Oh, you're in it now. Every time I go by, it's just bouncing up and down and left and right. It's not getting along with something. To the train or the cargo or something.
I think it's probably the cargo.
It looks like it's one bad, physics roll away from launching itself into outer space. Like we've seen in Sea of Thieves.
Yeah. Especially when you've got like a poor connection to the server you're on.
We've
It just goes nope, and the boat starts floating through the sky, and
usually it happens when you wouldn't trust my parking skills and you would harpoon a port to drag us in, and then it would freak out and then launch us into the stratosphere, flip the entire ship. That it was when that disagreeable physics connection would happen. Our mobile vehicle in the static terrain. I don't think it ever happened when we grabbed something else that's mobile. Right, like fearing treasure never caused the ship to flip. Alright, I'm gonna back to base before it runs out of fuel. I think those are all the rocks we need from that area. Sorry, I missed the comment, Alan. You're playing a game that you've beaten a certain goal when it came out. Still trying to figure it out. What game are you talking about? And what goal? Details, man. I'm sure it was relevant to something that we were talking about at the time when I probably missed the comment. I still think I'm not going to try to go up that hill. Does the steel plant have power?
Is not functional currently.
I don't know if we can actually drop stuff off at it yet.
Well, I just drove that pickup up there,
Yeah,
but I just dropped it off up there. I didn't.
I was just curious if it actually let you turn it in, or just...
No, I didn't.
Okay. And I'm not going to bother dragging the other things across yet. Although I would like to free up that other rock. I got all the pipes in the back of. Right. Trying to keep some of my vehicles off the map that I'm not using, just so I have fewer things for me to scroll through. Yours clean themselves up every time. Mine just end up littered. Looks like the route worked. Good. Where's the roller? Roller? There we go. Space for the artifacts that you have to destroy. Strongest survive, you have to do it 5 times. Is this a jump space achievement? I know there are some achievements that we have to do in there to get like access to cosmetics. Oh, actually, I think we have to do some of those achievements, right, to get access to some of the abilities too. Does that sound right, Charmer?
Yeah. Yeah, unlocking certain abilities by doing some of the obscure tasks.
I am definitely interested in looking at the recent patch. It looks like they've done a major rework of basically the whole game flow. And
Yeah,
I'm guessing
Friday.
for the better. It sounds like they've introduced a mechanic that is similar to FTL, the game. So as I understand it by the patch notes, once we pick a mission, well, the mission map I guess is also different. But more importantly, once we've picked a mission and started it, I guess we no longer have that linear map where we go, left or right, and then we don't have access to this area because we had to go that way, which was always frustrating. That now we can just go wherever we want to jump to.
Yeah, that's the way I understood it as well with the lava wall thing they mentioned.
Yeah, and I think that's where it... So we can jump as far as we want, which I don't think is true. I think they're probably all connected, just like FTL. But we can backtrack. does mention.
Yeah, so if we want to do this first and then go back and do the other one. And
Yeah, 'cause it mentions having to go, being able to skip over areas that we've already been, or something like that. But there's a lava wall you mentioned, which is in FTL is the rebels crossing the sector. And if you go back to a jump space in that sector where the rebels already passed, then all you encounter are the rebels. Whatever would have been there is no longer there. But and from what I understand of this, it's the same mechanic, except just the area that you go to, if the quote-unquote lava wall is there, the area will be more difficult than it would have been. So it sounds like it's not as punishing for going behind the wall, but you probably really don't want to, or plan out not having to.
yeah, you're going to be stuck in constant fights if you do, kind of thing.
Yeah. But one of the things I really liked about what I read, sorry, was the heat mechanic. So there's apparently the final objective of the mission has heat applied to it, and I think heat is probably a poor way of naming it. I would say, hang on a second, I gotta clear my throat. Hopefully that helped. They're calling it heat, but I think reinforcement's probably a better term for what, based on what it's describing, which is that there's a certain amount of difficulty associated with the end goal of the mission, and that difficulty goes down the more sectors that you clear. So clearing a sector reduces its heat. And so when you get to the end, it becomes easier, and it's the mechanic to keep you from just jumping straight to the end.
It's interesting.
Yeah, so you get rewarded. So the more sectors you take the time to clear, you're getting rewarded for doing so. This is why I think that heat's a poor term for it. I would say reinforcements, right? Because if you're taking out a sector, then that sector is no longer supporting whatever the end goal is. And reinforcements is probably not best term also, because they're not necessarily actually getting reinforcements from it, but they're saying that that would be easier. Maybe you could say they're getting reinforcements from vectors.
Yeah, you're thinning out the available resources in the area, so they can't call on whatever
Right, exactly.
survives in that area to help them out. Yeah.
But I think it's a clever implementation of the carrot and the stick, you know. The carrot for taking the time to explore a sector meaningfully is that you have an easier time of the end goal. Stick being that if you don't, then you're butt kicked. Come ill prepared. Not only do you come ill prepared because you didn't explore a bunch of sectors and therefore build up your scrap and find good artifacts, but you also have to face a more challenging fight. But it sounds like they thought that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm very happy that they added you can modify your power wall from the hangar.
Yeah, yeah. Most of the time we didn't have to because it saved it. Because they originally, right, in the first iteration of the early access, they didn't even save the power wall. It reset every time. So at least they upgraded it to where it saved it. So normally we don't have to mess with it, but if we get something new, we have to mess with it, or if one of the generators gets destroyed on a mission, then being able to fix it from the hangar is going to be very nice. Because we replace it when we're in the hangar, then it remembers the alternate setup that we had to do to get around having a destroyed power wall. That's going to be a good quality of life. They're definitely going in the right direction. I have not been disappointed at all with the changes they've made since early access, or the beginning of early access. So the one thing I would like to see them implement is a storage locker.
Yeah, so if you get a grade 3 weapon, you don't have to take it into the next mission or lose it.
Yeah. At first, when I had seen that suggestion, I was like, "Ooh, no, that seems unnecessary," because, you know, the whole nature of the game was, you play a mission and you play the missions, what it is, you know, you take what you got with you, and if you lose them, you lose them. But now it's gotten to the point to where I find myself wanting to experiment with the game and you know, not risk losing the good stuff I have until we're ready to go into those missions where we're going to want our good weapons. Like, I'm heavily discouraged from going into public lobbies because it's a mixed bag of who you're going to end up playing with, and I don't want to lose my precious, you know? My precious. And we worked so hard to get our Mark III weapons, and then just get into a garbage match trying to just have some fun, and then you lose them. And you know, sometimes I'd like to jump in alone and challenge myself against something that's difficult and see how viable it is without, you know, having full crew to go against some of those harder missions. There's no way I'm going to try that with my super weapons when I'm, you know, going in expecting to lose. I just want to see how badly I lose. But I definitely think some kind of weapon storage would be a win-win. And we would use it as a buffer as well for you know, bad missions. We come back with an extra, you know, copy of a Mark III sniper rifle that we can put it away for a rainy day for when we have a bad mission and we lose our main weapon. We don't have to, you know, we don't have to go in with a full inventory of weapons every time, but we can leave with a full inventory of weapons. All right. Road is paved. I'd like to have it wider at the top, but I don't, given the giant rock obstacles, the boulders, I don't think that is something that can be done. Hey, we got our stone bridges.
Nice.
Our concrete bridges. I'm gonna immediately get rid of this wooden bridge. Not the one we've built, but the one I redesignated.
Ah, the one you had planned up at the top.
Yeah. I will soon. Let's see. Our viability for getting concrete. I saw concrete earlier somewhere, and I made a comment on it, and now I don't remember where I saw it. I think it was on the way to the sand pit.
It was.
That's an option to get those. Okay, so the steel mills are offline. Buy steel mill with the required machine. That's something that's going to need to be done. That's just a route. Are you up? I was wondering if you were up there. I didn't know what the road condition looks like for routing. It looks like there's obstacles in the way. Yeah, I can see rocks and a pickup truck along that that way. Those have heavy sand dunes. Yeah, so the direct route is definitely impassable. It might be viable to get a route around it. Try. I have my doubts about them being able to get to these sand dunes. I had trouble getting through on my scout vehicle. If that's true, then we might need to clear the direct route. Rebuild the route. I mean, I think we're going to want to clear that route. Direct route anyway, but nice if the facility were functioning so that we can drop off that car and all of our pipes and stuff like that. What are the doing up here? All right, let's see how bad this goes. I mean, that truck might be able to make it. They have bigger wheels, better clearance than my scout vehicle has. Might be able to get to the sand. Alan says you're only on level 5. You mean your character in Jump Space is only up to level 5? I think we're up to... What level we are?
I think I'm level 8.
Like 8 or 9, something like that. Get stuck on that pole. Out. No, he's eased by, but I canceled route. Why are you guys still driving it? Brief. Not letting me properly edit the route. Well, I'm not going to do clear route because that's going to make me redraw the whole thing. So I'm just going to let them go. I mean, it was just a minor annoyance that they were rubbing up against that telephone pole. They were actually getting through. You're only level 5 because you can't complete the goal to move on because you don't understand it. I think the level is just... I don't think the level is attached to achievements. It's just winning missions in general. So you should be able to level regardless of whether or not you are completing a given objective. Just do like the early game missions. Now, if you're trying to move on to another sector, you need to target missions that have map fragments in them. That's the way you get to other sectors. And then not only the mission has to have a map fragment in it, but then you have to find the sector within the mission that has a fragment, and then you have to find the fragment while you're in there. It's not as hard as it sounds. I mean, like at least under the old map, I don't know what it looks like on the new map. The old map, it would show you which jump point has, contains a map fragment, and then it's a matter of pinging the scanner when you're in there for objects of interest, going to them. All right, they made it. First try. Hot diggity.
I know you're not exactly holding your breath to hear this, but we have a shiny new transformer sitting at the Steel Beams facility. It's just waiting to be installed at the substation near the collapsed power line. Oh, and while you're at it, bring a container of materials with you. They'll come in handy soon enough. Always do.
She was full Canadian in that one. I know you have her audio turned off, but her accent was was full Canadian that whole way. She didn't even try. Not that I'm criticizing the Canadian accent. I find it quite endearing. It just doesn't fit her persona. It looks like we need to pick up stuff from the Steel Beam facility. I think that's going to be my incentive to go ahead and take my big hauler up there. Although it doesn't have a crane on it. I already have a crane in that area. I really like this vehicle. Shame it doesn't have a crane on it, but as far as a cargo hauler goes, really good. Let me shortcut a second. I don't mean your kind of shortcut where I roll off of a cliff. I mean, I get there without having to bring a crane to fix my problems. Oh, when I'm reading chat, I just drive straight off the road. where I want to turn. Called upgrade 5 artifacts. So, upgrading an artifact in jump space means when you when you acquire an artifact, you have the artifact wall that you put it on. So, like there's an artifact that says whenever your shields take damage, your ship heals for like 10 hit points or something like that. That artifact has like 4 or 5 levels to it, and when you install it, it's level 1. So when you acquire another artifact, you can either place the artifact in the wall to get its effect, or you can put it on top of the existing artifact, which will bring that artifact now up to level 2. So instead of getting, so the shield hits restoring 10 health to the armor, or to the ship, it might restore 15. That's how you upgrade artifacts in jump space. Like we find that a lot of the artifacts are not very good. So when we get one of our good ones, it almost always gets immediately upgraded. Like, all right, we can junk all of these. We don't need an artifact that increases our damage by 5% when we're holding a pizza in our hand, or whatever. There's a lot of artifacts that are like, no one's ever going to use this. It's like Pizza Brawl or something like that, right? You do more melee damage if you have a pizza in your hand or something like this.
Yeah. Like, why would you ever do that?
We already don't use melee. We're definitely not going to run around with one of our inventory slots used up with a slice of pizza. But as far as that goes, Alan, that's probably an achievement that maybe unlocks a talent. But I don't think that you have to complete that to just level self, like your own guy. As you level up, you unlock upgrade points that you can spend towards enabling more or better talents. And there's a limit to the amount of points you get, like 10 or something like that. You don't have to be max level to enable all the stuff that you might want to enable. Though there are definitely achievements, and there's plenty of stuff that we haven't done yet. So there's a lot of things we haven't unlocked. But I know that I'm leveled to a point to where I don't get more points anymore. What are you up to, Charmer? Are you near the steel plant?
No, I'm up near the concrete plant, but I can go to the... well, I've just gone back to refuel, but I've been up near the concrete plant.
I just didn't know if you'd gone up there with a thing with a crane on it. I'll switch to a crane truck and take it up there.
I can come up there and help you out with...
I was just figuring out if I was going to need to get... because I'm going there with a vehicle that doesn't have a crane on it. You keep on your thing. It's fine. I'm not even there yet. I'm just trying to plan ahead. We're gonna need, if you were concrete collecting, we're definitely gonna need it. All our concrete inventory go way down. Are you about to build a bridge?
I was gonna take the 8 pieces over to build that top bridge, yeah.
You'll need to, if you haven't already, you'll need to replace it. It's still a wooden bridge. mean, the intent was to turn it into concrete. I don't know if it's going to require 8 switch it to concrete. I know I keep saying it, but I really like this truck. It handles so nice. I don't get stuck on anything. It doesn't get slowed down by its weight. Really good. I'll haul everything in it. Game, it doesn't have a crane on it. Where I want to drop the stuff off at. Cycler's probably going to be right here. Steel beam facility or recycling's probably going to be up. I'm going to take these all. Well, can't drop them off. They don't have a crane. All right, I'm going to park it right where it is, and then I'm going to bring a crane. But I don't know if you've driven one of these, the Greenway 740. If you haven't, you might want to try using mine. I know you like your little mule.
Which vehicle is it? Oh,
The
oh,
Greenway.
that thing. I see. Yeah, so that is the same truck that I'm using as a log carrier. It's just got a different back on it.
That's a Greenway also?
I believe so. Check. Yeah, Greenway 740 Cross, but mine's the log forwarder version.
Right. I mean, it's maybe the best handling vehicle I've seen so far in the game. Especially as a hauler, because of the fact that it doesn't seem to care at all about the weight on it. And since it's articulated, it doesn't. The front wheels don't pop up in the air constantly from it having a heavy load. Probably contributing to how well it handles. Because the steering wheels are actually on the ground. But it doesn't bob up and down being overweighted, so it's not threatening to roll over. I could see myself buying another one. I want to take these pipes all the way up to the pipe facility. I don't want to drag I don't have to go all the way up there and drag the crane all the way up there too. It's just that this amount of metal is gonna be much better because it takes so much more metal to make pipes. That I'd rather take a heavy set of metal up there, and then steel beams later on are easy to mass manufacture. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the extra step. Good evening, is it patty steak? I can't tell if it's patty or paddle. Eyes are going. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. But it's good to see a new name. It's gonna be a shame to recycle these pipes. They're so nice with the yellow ones. Once we go through all this and find out that they can't be recycled.
Yeah, I'm worried that you're gonna have to sell them instead to get rid of them.
I feel like they were blue when I picked them up. Originally. But that was a week ago. Whoa. Ghost van. Okay, that's creepy. There's a van driving itself. A destroyed
Is it
van.
not a route that's set up. Oh.
Okay, that was. It turned to look at me. It didn't just roll backwards, it actually turned its wheel so that it would be facing me. I'm watching you, or the ghosts of this area are watching you.
Use the sun scraper. We know you're not using it.
Who's the other person on the microphone? Farmer? I want to say hi to Paddle Steak?
Hello, Steak.
We had Sifton earlier, but he had to go.
He's an old man now and he fell asleep.
Poor Sifton.
Yeah, no, he's a good chap, but like you said, for me and you, this is ideal time for playing games like afternoon, evening. For him, it's by the time we get properly into the game session, it's already bedtime.
Are we friends? I think we're friends. Are we friends?
I would consider us to be friends, yeah.
Yeah. We're not in next door to each other friends. No, that's the question. A considerable disparity in our accents, as well as our geography. Let's say we have a disagreement on which side of the road we should be driving on.
Yes. Just because you drive on the right side of the road does not mean it's the correct side of the road.
Doesn't mean it's the correct side of the road. Haven't you heard of U.S. exceptionalism? We believe everything is right if we do it.
I mean, in your defense, most of the world drives on the right side of the road.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm English and therefore stubborn.
Paddle's asking if it's LGBT friendly.
I would say so.
Yes, we are an all types friendly. Just we're friendly in general. There doesn't have to be a label to it. We are friendly.
Yeah.
To open a statement.
The only thing we don't like is people who don't like other people.
That's right. And the Dutch.
And people who drive on the wrong side of the road, obviously.
You handed me a reference there, and I hope you got it. We don't like people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch.
Is that Austin Powers?
Yeah, gold member.
Yeah, Michael Caine. Yeah.
His father, Nigel Powers.
Yes.
People we can't stand people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. Austin is like, he's smiling and nodding at the first one, and he looks at him like, what? Do we support Donald J. Trump? We avoid politics in our streams as much as possible because this is the gaming channel and people are here to escape politics.
And I have no dog in that fight, so I don't comment.
And Charmer is European. He's already got his own problems. I mean, at least you don't have. What was your guys' version of him? The Boris Johnson or something
Boris
like that?
Johnson, yeah.
That guy was a piece of work.
Yes, a very, very intelligent man, and we'll say that and leave it there, shall we?
It says in other words, yes. I would not make do not make any assumptions about my affiliation. I would. The reason we keep politics out of the stream isn't because of specific affiliations, because people come here to escape from the unpleasantness that is the division that the world is supporting these days.
Yes, I see it as we get enough real life every day. Let's escape for a while.
You're in an organization called Homosexual Jewish Men for Trump.
Interesting.
It must be a small organization. I'm gonna see if I can get away with. There's two things that I have to deliver, and I'm curious whether or not I can fit both of them in the back of this. I haven't actually looked at them. That's a big thing. I'm gonna hazard a guess that no, I probably can't get both in one truck.
Are you using that crane right now?
I'm about to.
No problem.
I'll only need it for a second though. Welcome, Brandon Eric Peters. Is this community political? No, it is not. In fact, we were just discussing how this is definitely not a political stream. It's a gaming community meant for people to come, relax, enjoy friendly banter and gaming, and escape the world of politics for a while. Copy paste. Thoughts on the new Paw Patrol? I have not watched Paw Patrol, so I don't have any thoughts on it. So I think that's probably a better subject than what is being brought up otherwise.
I haven't seen enough of the old Paw Patrol or the new Paw Patrol to give an honest reference on that.
Brandon is saying that he found me unrecommended, so apparently YouTube has decided to expose us to another audience. Good.
You want to be careful about getting yourself exposed.
Yeah. I'm not good. Be careful exposing myself on camera.
Yep, exactly. That's a whole different website.
Not wanting to talk about politics or saying escape politics is a code word for right-wing bigot. No, it is not. It's not a right-wing. It's not a code word for anything. Mangwa. It is a code word for we are gamers and we are interested in entertaining people, not offending them. You might notice that my hat is not red, if that's what you're concerned about. I would imagine that right-wing bigots would not be concerned about offending people. But as I am not one, not a bigot at all. I can't speak from personal experience. I put that as far back as I can. I'm gonna go look and see what the other thing is that might be all. But we do have a bunch of new names flooding in, so clearly YouTube has pushed us to some visibility.
Excellent. It's good news all around.
So welcome people. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I can definitely fit that on here. If you refuse to watch right-leaning gamers, I certainly will not argue with that.
Respect your choices.
Yeah.
Though in some cases they may be different from mine, you are welcome to yours. If it were up to me, I would vote for cranes. Because I like cranes.
Get in the way of the route. Do I tolerate bigotry? I mean, you don't see anybody in chat saying anything bigoted. So I don't see where your assumption on whether or not I would tolerate it is based out of. If someone in chat wants to test that and to see if I tolerate bigotry, then you're, you know, that is your choice and your risk of a very quick ban. If you guess wrong, we'll go and say that you're probably risking your continued presence here if you do want to start being a racist or anything else that is not inclusive of your fellow man or gamer.
Or woman, or anything in between.
Yeah. What I'm feeling is that, and I am very happy to have new people showing up and a stream that that's growing faster than I can keep up with. I will say that I will not be baited into turning it into a political discussion, because I've stated many times that I want people to feel comfortable being here, even if everyone is here is of the same political leaning. We're not here because we're wanting to have a town hall. We're here because we want to play fun games and not have to deal with things that may be unpleasant in reality for the time that we spend here. Outside of this forum, I am more than happy to debate politics and help teach and educate people. But I will not be baited into turning this into a political theater. Vehicle, thank you. So amazingly, I got all that fit in here. Now the question is, get it to where it's going. Because I haven't scouted out that road. I don't think there's any obstacles I can't get past. Question's going to be, how's the terrain? I could risk going down this way But I don't think I could make that turn, and I think that's going to be... I think I need to go all the way around. We still haven't cleared it. Still haven't cleared the direct route. Oh man, we haven't cleared that either. I can't make that one. No, I don't think I can get there.
I believe in you.
Hang on. I looked away from the chat, and someone who's been drawn in is testing the if we like bigots or not.
Give you a hint.
All right. Well, I think that everyone probably now has their answer. Who might have questioned whether or not we allow bigotry around here. They wait for the one moment when I have to look closely at the screen to plan out my route to cut loose.
There's no need to be a pest. Just enjoy the space for what it is.
Well, I think there's an additional level of irony that the person who was being unpleasant also misspelled the slur they were trying to use.
Delightful.
I mean, it's a reinforcement of intolerance and lack of education going hand in hand. Like, look, I mean, if you're gonna be like that, at least learn how to spell the bad words.
Intelligent and witty. Wonderful. Yeah, let's just do without that and enjoy the what you can see, which is people driving heavy equipment in rather haphazard manners.
Yeah, a person who's getting ready to probably wreck a vehicle down a very steep slope.
Oh no! No!
Did you flip?
Nearly. I reckon I can save it though. I saved it. Yes.
I'm gonna try. Stop trying to bait me. You're asking me if I want. He's asking me if I want racism because I'm criticizing his inability to spell the racism. I'm insulting the racist person because not only is he racist, but obviously he can't even spell his racist word. That is a far cry from it. So don't try to bait me. If I wanted it, I wouldn't have blocked him from the channel. Now I'm gonna possibly roll this vehicle. I don't think, but since we haven't cleared that road, I have to make that turn. Okay, so the slope isn't as bad as I thought it was. The turn is worse than I thought it was. Oh, I am so gonna flip this. This is gonna be the true test of this tractor. I mean, I've spoken so highly of the Greenway, and its
Wonderful capabilities.
Are racists allowed?
Doesn't care how much weight.
If you prove yourself to be a racist, then no, you're not welcome. All right? Can that be any more clear? If you want to hang out and just enjoy company with friendly people, then welcome to be here. There's an old adage which is better to be ignorant and silent than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. So you are a decisive person, and you want to see what it's like being amongst people who are friendly and accepting, then you're welcome to be here and participate in being friendly and accepting, and maybe, learn from how nice it can be around that kind of people. I'm not going to kick someone out because of their past that I don't know about. I'm only going to kick them out if I see them going into chat and start calling people N-words like the guy I had to kick. Part of being inclusive is accepting people as long as they're not trying to not accept others. And part of improving humanity and getting me on this. There are going to be people out there in the world that we disagree with, and sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for bad reasons. You know, but if we are right in our hearts and our desire to improve the world around us and the experience for everyone else to get along and live together, then we cannot, by default, say you're part of the other group, I don't want anything to do with you, because that's what helps drive the division, rather than trying to show love and understanding and help people who may have been exposed to experiences that we haven't in their upbringing, and haven't had the proper influence to go, oh, now I see what I've done, you know, there are problems with the way I think and the way I act. And if we don't give them a chance to learn because we shut them out on sight, then they will never have a chance to improve as people. So we are inclusive as long as you're not here trying to make it a bad time for everybody else. Use my channel to express views that are going to offend people in the channel, then you're not welcome. I think that I need a crane here to get the stuff in.
Is the bat signal going up?
Maybe.
Or the crane signal, I should say.
I mean, your big crane is over here, so I'm gonna... Alright, before I move it, I'm gonna try to just unstrap in the zone and see if it takes the things that are on the truck. I know sometimes in the past that has had some very negative experiences where it tried to put it in place and it just goes through the vehicle, into the vehicle of the ground. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think it's just going to not accept it. Okay, it took that one. Brandon says it sounds like I'm running for office. Huh? I'm sure I can do a sight better in office than some of the people that we call leaders right now. Won't disagree with that. I am not interested in running for office. Almost no way that this is gonna... It's got the blue outline. The other one was a yellow box. This is one of the training into position. This might lock down my... Oh, no, it took it right out of my bed. Alright. Turn off the bat symbol. Alright, Brandon. That was a step too far. Sorry, you're gone. I gave him as much leeway as I could.
Well, you know what they say. This is why we can't have nice things.
That's why we can't have nice things. Why am I locked into low gear? I didn't think this... I think this vehicle has been... I think I'm stuck in low gear because of the things teleported off the truck instead of being unloaded. Oh no! I accidentally hit the button for controlling the plow on the front of the truck, and so it was sticking me in low gear. Why am I creeping along so badly? Is Braden permabanned? Honestly, I don't know. I hid all of his stuff from the channel. I don't know how long YouTube tracks that. The option is not ban. It's hide all messages from you. Being that we are historically very inclusive and a friendly channel, we don't have a lot of experience with having to deal with people who are here to cause trouble rather than to hang out and game and talk about upcoming games and how the game is running and what their favorite pizza topping is. Which, for the record, is pineapple. Alright, I'm trying to use my plow to move this rock out of the way. I'm probably going to make the road worse for it. Darn it, I've got a plow on this thing, I'm going to use it.
Yeah, I bought this truck, I'm going to use it the way it's intended, goddammit. I think you can understand, Crust, that based on previous statements that have been made, that it was not because of his differing political views that he was removed, it was because he was pushing his limits in a way that was expressed specifically that will not be accepted. We have... If any of you are interested in having a discussion on political views, there are places to do such things. But right now, and right here, is not that.
We have a community Discord that I wouldn't use the primary channel for political discussions, but respectful discussions. If you don't understand why someone has a view and or want to understand why, then that's what good politics are about. Is people being able to come together and say, you know, I don't understand why you believe what you believe. You can explain it, then maybe we can come to an understanding. That's what good, not a good politics, but just good interaction between people. I am driving myself into a really bad spot. I think we need. I think my next priority is we got to clear that road. I'm not banning fans. I'm only banning people who want to turn my channel into extreme politics. In here and telling me that everything I have in life is it can be thanked to one specific current president, and I should bend over and kiss his ass is is a step too far. What I have earned, and I don't owe I don't owe one specific person of either political leaning for what I have. They didn't. I work and I pay for the things that I have, and it's as simple as that. No, I don't owe. I don't owe him or anyone else. In general, I do have gratitude for what the government has done in long term for creating roads and power infrastructure and all the things that governments are designed to do to make a functioning society. I'm looking for. I think I got to bring my Varan on out. I'm gonna start moving rocks. Turn left. I think my greenway is. I could probably get it out of where it's at, but at great difficulty. It's getting kind of bogged down in sand in between obstacles on the road that we probably should have already cleared anyway. That's why I'm just parking it where it is, and I'm bringing in help to move rocks and a large freight truck.
There's a Reddit post?
Hey, Spock Sammy, welcome. There's a Reddit post. Oh, yeah, that's news to me. If our channel made it to Reddit, then I'm starting to piece it. That statement is making things starting to make things very clear, Charmer. I suspect that someone decided to troll us and post the channel to a Reddit that it probably wouldn't normally show up on and make claims about the channel that are not true. I think that's probably why we're suddenly getting an influx of people who are some of which are very adamant about specific subjects that aren't normally discussed on this channel. There's a theme going through, and if there's a Reddit post out there, then do I see your questions? I answered your last 2 questions there, Petal, I think. Are we allowed to talk geopolitics here? Yeah, I mean, as long as we're not bashing people and like, you know, just we dabble on some things every now and then, you know, but and mostly our intent here. Where'd that road go? If people want to talk civilly, I'm fine with that. That's the whole point of the channel, is we are meant to be civil. But I am not going to lead discussions in politics because I want people to feel like they can come here and just go, hey, that's a cool game. How does that work? Maybe I'd like to play it too. Play these games like this type, and then we, as fellow gamers, have nice discussions and potentially find out things about other stuff that we enjoy. are games that we might enjoy that we didn't know about. Oh, this is creamy. That is a heavy rock. This game looks boring. You know, I mean, it is. It's a slow-paced game. We do have other games that we stream that are much higher paced, but this is, I will agree, something of a niche game. Definitely not high paced. It's why when I stream specifically this game, I call it a chill stream. We have other community involved games that we stream that are more action packed, so we don't call them chill stream. We've been playing a lot of Cure lately, which is a hospital zombie simulator, and that's been a lot of fun. We might be returning to that next week. They released a major patch earlier this week, and they've already had to release 2 hot fixes for it. So we're kind of keeping an eye on where it goes. You don't want to risk streaming it in an unstable state and then having the game crash out or you know, find ourselves unable to complete the session. So we're kind of waiting to see how it works itself out. But they're very actively addressing them, so that's awesome. The developer has a good growing community, and they have very active community managers, so get quick responses and a lot of interaction with them, which is awesome. That means they're really invested in the title that they're working on. So I have every faith that they're going to work out new problems, the new systems in short order. There's a very real chance that we'll play something that's a little more action-packed on next stream. If not that, we might also play Jump Ship, which is very action-packed. Jump space. Carmine did it. We knew it happened.
Yep, jump spaceship.
Jump space ship. Jumping. For those who aren't familiar with the title, they had to rename in early access. They had to rename the title for some legal reasons. That they weren't detailed on it, but when we first started playing it, we knew it as Jump Ship, and so we forget sometimes and just call it by its old name. And I play an Epstein Island simulator.
Doesn't really seem like your kind of title, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I don't think that. Don't think that I would. I know that Steam has. Oh, I'm so gonna tip this over. No way I make this. What does sand do? I'm trying to hit it as straight as I can. Ooh.
You've got 2 rocks in the back. I'm currently driving around with 5 huge concrete bollards.
They are huge rocks. Thank you. Don't judge. There's 3. There's a smaller one in there.
Okay. I'll let you off then.
Steam, if that is a kind of game you're interested in, Steam has a lot of games. I don't know if they have that as a simulator, but Steam has a wide variety of adult-themed games. I don't know how wide that variety is, though, at this point. I remember there being a big kerfuffle about one of the credit card companies, or maybe it wasn't the credit card company. I don't think it was like one of the pay processing companies.
Yes, it was pay processing companies. We had wanted more say in the kind of games that they were allowing process,
Yeah,
allowing themselves to process payment for.
yeah, that's exactly it. And so they mass delisted a bunch of adult games because the processing company threw their weight around, which is unfortunate. And I didn't have those games, and it's probably not my gaming style, but I'm fine with people who want to play those kinds of games, and I think that whatever you have interest in playing, you should have access to, because different strokes for different folks. It's not on me to judge other people and their interests.
Now, having read a list of games that were delisted, I can see why some people had a problem with some of the titles that were on that list.
Oh yeah, I didn't
again,
go. Yeah, I didn't go into depth on. Where
there was some games on there that were you would think, well, that doesn't seem to be something that people should really have a problem with. And then there was a lot of games that you can say, yep, okay, I can see why they're not particularly happy with that one, based on the name and the brief descriptions.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and I can appreciate that, but you know, that goes down to, you know, if maybe Steam needs to evaluate their standards, if that's the case, you know, if that's the case, and be the ones who don't allow it on their platform in the first place. If they are, you know, like Epstein Island simulators, like I can see there being a problem with that. If there were such a simulator, I would not be interested in playing it. But if that were the case, right, I feel like Steam should be the ones who screen what's on their platform and go, you know what, this isn't something we're interested in hosting, as opposed to third-party processors getting effectively political and intervening. So if there were titles like that you're describing, Armor, then yeah, maybe Steam should have done a better job at identifying them in the first place and removed them themselves. But I know they do have some standards on what they will and won't list. I just don't know. I don't take the time to. Since those aren't the kind of things that I operate in my circles anyway. Then I can't say I'm diverse in what those are.
Yeah, I don't particularly spend a lot of time perusing that genre of games, let alone on Steam.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it'll be on the trending list. Something will be adult themed, and I'll click on it just to see like what really is this? You know, what extent are they going to? And I'll see the models they use. It's like. This is hilarious. Like, you know, very adult content. And I'm not judging. I judge it from, when I see those and I laugh, I'm judging it from a gaming viewpoint of, like, boy, the developers really phoned it in on this, didn't they? These interactions look so cheesy. I'll get a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, that's not acceptable, Brian.
I got him. No, I can't even read I guess my eyes are going. I can't even read the name of the most recent person in there, and I genuinely do not understand the questions you're asking.
I believe they're asking your opinion on another YouTuber and whether you would engage in potentially dangerous behaviour.
Oh, no, I would not. That's not to say that I didn't do dumb things in my youth. I've done some very reckless things in my youth, but never at the expense of other people. Many of those things involved very high places and less than suitable climbing conditions. I am not going to get out of here alive. This truck needs moving. Gotta get rid of this truck.
Is there a crane nearby?
Yours is still up at the steel plant. I mean, it could be loaded in my trailer is still right here. I want to bring that down. You can use my greenway to load it. I'm clearing all the big rocks that are in the way of getting the greenway out. I do apologize if there's... I know that there's been some comments that I've not been able to reply to that have kind of gotten lost in the mix. Trying not to ignore anyone while also trying not to roll my vehicle. I'm trying to grab the rocks that are in the water. I want them back. Put them there for a reason. I wouldn't mind seeing a tweak in the algorithm for collecting objects to favor things that are closer. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that would actually help, because if you know, when you're loading, you're bringing things closer to you and you don't want to retarget them because you're trying to get something else. I'm not really sure what the solution would be.
For me personally, I would say it would be nice to be able to cycle in two directions along the list of things that it wants you that are nearby.
Definitely, I fully agree with that. That would be nice as well. Especially when you're hitting it real fast and you go right past the thing you wanted to grab. Like, ah, dang it! I gotta go through the whole list again. Not sure if we can ever turn this into a decent road because of the giant sand dune. Would never be able to flatten it out.
I think it would require an astronomical amount of sand.
Yeah, we'd have to build a whole new plateau. Oh, I just realized I could probably activate the facility now. It was waiting on a confirmation.
I see.
Oh, what's that?
Got yourself a new scout vehicle.
Oh, jeez. I think I jinxed it. Long story short, I want you to keep scratching their backs till they can bring production back online. They only need a small favor, you know. Just a container of parts and resources they need to get going. Think you can deliver it? Pretty please?
Hey, pretty please. We're getting paid to do this. Alright, so at least the steel beam facility is now open. I'm going to continue getting these. Now that you got that out of the way, you got one of our routes cleared. We got a bunch of other giant rocks over here. You know, we're gonna have to successfully get the the semi all the way over here with the
Working on that exact objective right now.
the one with the pipe in the back. Or you?
Oh no, I was bringing the fuel truck.
Talking about the one with the pipe. I mean, having the fuel truck one here would obviously be very beneficial. I bought that entire semi and to only get one pipe. Darn it! I'm gonna see it used. That pipe's gonna make its way across somehow or another. That way I can pretend it was worth the price. Although I doubt that we'll be making multiple trips back and forth across the map to get the rest of the large pipes one at a time. Bad idea, but isn't the last large. Well, enough other large ones over there. It's our trip. This is asking for it. No, 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 no. Sir, you right? I'm trying to get me to pick up more rocks. Oh, yeah, there's no way I'm making that. Rock is so far off to the side. Probably gonna roll this vehicle. Oh God. I got successfully turn around.
You might have more luck turning while you're reversing.
The problem is that my front wheels are coming off the ground, so going backwards is a bad Every time I slow down, my front come right off the ground and I lose control. It's still good. It's gonna be crazy sauce either way. So I'm keeping it in low gear, so that should help keep my tires on the road. I gotta try to go over these dunes in a way that leans my vehicle to the right. Because excess weight's on the left. Whoa, whoa. Come on. Last bit. So I gotta get over this. Ooh. All the passenger side wheels were off the ground. Such a trooper.
You've certainly got your money's worth out of that truck.
I absolutely have. What? Whoa. What's the matter? It just took off on its own, almost went straight off the other side of the bridge.
Hey, that's my trick.
I know. Well, I took it out of low gear, and it was like pet get off the leash. No! There's a truck. That was close. Apparently we have a truck going through here. Stop! Don't ram me again. I'm gonna fire you. I can talk too. Talk to me all you want. I'm not moving. Stop ramming me off. Trying to ram me off of the bridge. Surprised it hasn't cleared it as a failed route yet. There we go. Where's our nearest fuel source? You got it all. Okay, you brought it up there.
Steel beam facility now.
Yeah. What? I'm going to drive off this bridge. There, up around that. This path has gotten a lot worse for wear. And the major vehicles have gotten through it. All muddy ruts. You ever get that bridge built?
Yeah. That bridge has been built for a while.
I just had forgotten about it.
Yeah, I brought the fuel truck over it.
Nice.
And I'm about to bring the flatbed over it.
The one gigantic pipe.
Yes.
I think I've got most of the rocks out of this short route at this point. I don't know if it's ever going to be a better route because of all the sand dunes. But for us driving through, probably going to be okay. I'm sure it's exciting watching me take rocks to a river and throw them in. Almost done.
Easily digestible content.
Yeah.
It's alright, it could be worse. It could be watching me drag my ass through the mud for 20 minutes in each direction.
The simulcast.
You know, it's been, I think, a couple of months since I did a stream for my one viewer.
I'll tell you that playing Cure is really making me consider making the effort to set up Twitch stream.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was revving the crap out of this engine. What did you say?
I said playing and streaming Cure as much as we have is really starting to make me consider making an effort to set up a Twitch stream.
Oh, so people can put themselves in the game and
Yeah.
do things like that. Yeah.
And so we have a use for those monitors that are on the wall. That's the only thing the monitors are used for, other than, you know, the day 3 apocalypse that happens.
Well, what happens with the monitors? I know what happens on day 3, but well, like, what's the Twitch?
It's
Tie-in.
supposed to it's supposed to display stuff on the viewers, and I don't know. I know that's the whole point of the monitors, is they're part of the Twitch integration.
I had no idea.
But since I don't watch people on Twitch.
No, I very, very rarely watch Twitch.
I mean, I've seen a couple of dev streams on Twitch for that game, but when I'm there, first of all, they only stream for a very short time. I always catch it at the end. But also, when I'm there, I'm not there to watch how they play. I'm there to talk to them about the state of the game and get answers from them. So I'm not really paying attention to, I've never thought to to look and see what the monitors look like while they're playing. But I do think it would be cool to have, you know, Twitch integration is one thing, but having, oh wait, I want to keep this on here. But having it represented, you know, like on a screen, I think is a whole nother level of just immersion. I think that sounds pretty neat.
Yeah, it could be pretty cool.
And with as much as I do stream, probably wouldn't be a bad business decision on my part to widen my options.
I'm pretty sure you can get software that allows you to stream to both simultaneously.
Yeah, you can. I don't even think it takes special software. I mean, there might be a mod that I have to load to OBS, but I mean, it's well-trodden ground. The information's out there. On. My back end is so low that I can't get over the sand dune. I can't back up over it, it's digging in. Speed up. Nope, that didn't help. Alright, I guess we're going this way. No. Emergency stabilizers.
In the immortal words of the mighty Sifton, well, it looks like I live here now.
I took my eyes off the road to figure out if there was, you know, somewhere to go over there to drop the rocks, and immediately tilted the vehicle on its side. Guys, I had my eyes off the road for 5 seconds. That was all it took to immediately turn it over. So that should give everyone an idea of how much I'm concentrating at every moment on driving that vehicle. And just how amazing my driving obviously is because of how little of a lapse it took to flip it.
Don't encourage him, folks, you'll only expand the ego.
There's almost no chance I get this from the top. Be able to ride it. Hey, at least I didn't blame chat for this one.
You weren't even looking at chat.
But they didn't know that. Yep, I can only get it upside down. Alright, truck, you're going for a ride. You can unstrap without having the engine running, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Alright, hang on a second. I need you. Two-man operation. So for those who don't understand what we're doing here, if you leave a vehicle that has strapped to something, the straps break. You can't get out of the vehicle. However, someone else is in the other vehicle. You don't need to. There you go. Thank you, Charmer.
No problem. Turn the bat symbol light out again.
Like a big, the big claw crane, just over and dump. Extra steps in the middle. Oh, no. Well, the good news is the Vern's on his feet again. Up.
Watch out, you're about to
Yeah, I was the crane was under the front, so if you picked it up, it was going to flip me in off the edge. So I was trying to get out of the way before you did that. And I think that was the last of the rocks you need to move. I think that passageway is clear now. Let's take a look at objectives. Side objective. Applies to archaeology. When you're done, they'll be happy to help you recovering vehicles if they are stuck. Oh, you get the retrieve tokens as a reward. We unstick our own vehicles. Thank you so much. Oh, that vehicle's got a long way to go. That's going all the way to the southern sand quarry. The one that I don't think we actually have a way to yet. Okay, so we need concrete slabs at the northern terminal. Oh, it's steel mill. Okay. And we need an infrastructure route. Couple of routes. Already. Thought we had already done that one. Road tunnel to steel pipe facility, I think is the one that we. Yes. And we're going to need more concrete slabs than we own.
There are. Let me check. 30 in the concrete slab facility ready for transport.
30? 30?
30.
30. Wow. Okay. We only need 3.
3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3.
that from you being incredibly industrious, or is it just there happened to be a bunch already in it?
No, I've been hard at work. Transfer. There's a lot of triangular like road blockage, barricade
Right.
type concrete like a tank trap but made of concrete.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those in the area. Well, not in the area, but they were like either side of that bridge where my rusty crane was.
Yep.
There was like 12 of them there in the water's edge, so I went over there and harvested a lot of those.
Nice. So the route that I'm plotting up the road that you just went down is going to be a semi like the one you just drove through it. Except it's going to be the AI. I don't have a whole lot of faith in what I'm doing right now. Before you go away with that, there is a gigantic pipe in the way of going up to the steel, the other side way up to the steel pipe facility.
Well, unfortunately, we're bogged down in the sand right now.
I can probably get this to go around. Not around that pipe, but around the other way.
I'm gonna borrow the
New vehicle.
yeah.
What is it? A scout vehicle? What does it do?
It's just a tracked scout vehicle.
Okay. I will be genuinely surprised if this makes it on the first try. Virtually no chance. There'll be several sticking points along the way. Okay, it's not a full semi. Okay, so the outline. So well, it might have a semi following it. Yeah, there are more vehicles coming out behind it. But right now, it's just a multi-wheeled transport. I think might be the one you use. There's the semi, third vehicle in the chain. These might have a
As they
chance.
stay on the tarmac, they'll be fine.
There is no tarmac.
Well, if you're coming down the road that I was on last on, then it's the old tarmac at least.
Yeah, they're cutting a little bit through the sand because I did wide turns, anticipating the semi being the thing going down. I mapped it out for a different type of vehicle. Oh, now they're running into each other. Yeah, they are struggling. Should get to that sand dune. Okay, there's that wide turn. Probably make it wider. I could definitely make it wider. It is. Oh. Oh. This was an issue. Don't know that I can improve it too much. That sand dune problem. Probably go all the way up. That. Knew these guys could make it. swear we should be able to paint this truck like Optimus Prime. I think that might actually be a Peterbilt. Oh, okay, they made it through the first one fine. Making that turn way better now. But it's struggling. Trying to save and path at the same time, and it's... There we go. Saving got done and it covered. Oh, don't go off the edge, don't go off the edge. Oh, he's not gonna make it. He's troopering through. Oh. That... No, there's no way that's gonna make it. Nope. Nope, he's not gonna make that. Okay. That was progress. Really good progress. A new point here. That up a little bit.
Well, as with any good science experiment, now we know what we don't want.
Well, that was one of the catchphrases from Mythbusters. Failure is always an option. Referencing that, you know, a result is a result. Learn something from it.
Science is just messing around when we write it down.
It respawned the lead vehicle. Where are the rest of them? Oh, okay. They're waiting for the get by. A little concerned he's not going to have the momentum that he had first time getting up this hill. He got there. Still taking that too sharp. You know, I'm not gonna cancel it yet. But struggling through it. Not happy about it. Oh, now his buddy's spawning on top of him. Yeah, definitely gotta cancel that. Need to zoom in further. I think what I need to do is go back here and edit a point. There we go. To force them to start back a little further. When he got in a little bit of trouble, I mean, first of all, he got in a little bit of trouble. He didn't have the momentum up. But also, when he got into trouble, he didn't have the lead on the other truck that he had gotten before. And so they ended up on top of each other. Roll out.
Autobots, roll out.
If the transforming sound had been like that, I think there would have been a very different legacy for. That was a little disturbing, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think I downloaded the wrong pirate of this.
Alright, got through both of them, nice. I'd like to be able to go up that way, but those obstacles definitely have to be moved. That's the big truck. Or it's close enough that maybe a crane could just carry it up there. Serious stuttering though.
I'm getting a solid 50 frames.
But I mean, it might be just the vehicles stuttering. If I switch to a different vehicle, I probably wouldn't see it stutter. Trusting that the other semi is making it. This one made it, the other one should. Oh no! What are you guys doing?
Making babies.
What happened up here? This is why I want to be able to take the other route. I knew this was going to be a problem. Okay. Still, significant progress. Oh wow, the red's all the way back to here. That other truck was further back than it should have been. That's that down. Don't know how this is gonna be an awkward place for the semis to spawn, but as long as they're gonna be on a hill. Okay, that's fine. This was an uncomfortable area for them to get through, but they made it. Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tight squeeze. There's still a lot of junk there. OBS is dropping frames. Watching what's going on up there. Okay, first guy made it through. Yeah, I have no idea how that guy got... It looked like he drove off the cliff and fell back down. He must have clipped something and fell backwards or something. Yeah, the final semi is getting stuck. Why is it you're not making that turn when the other semi does? Tipping that. We have a crane. We gotta move that pipe. Or maybe I just widen this. I think I can widen that turn. All right. This could be could be the final count. They're complaining about you trying to... Are you over there, like, loading up 30 concrete slabs?
Yeah, but I think I'm using an appropriate vehicle for it this time.
When I hear the game say that there's no room to spawn things, I get a little worried about what you're up to. Alright, buddy, you're gonna make it this time. You can do it. I believe in you. Alright, he made it. Excellent. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, it's weirdly stuttering hard when I'm following that vehicle. Oh, come on. Why can't you be like your brother?
I knew it was your favorite.
He's more successful. I can make it. Okay. We add here, aim to turn more. That pipe is keeping me from taking a wide turn. Just gonna have to risk them bumping into that pipe. That helped. The first truck just shoved it aside.
Get out of my way.
Yeah. Go off the road. Okay. It needs to be the the side of the road because he's got to make that other turn. Success! Remaining reward 5 pipes. So now the whole thing's got to run itself several more times. Are you really doing something over there? Afraid to look. So we only need 3 slabs up at the facility. 3. I get the feeling that maybe I should take my Baron down to our base. Be ready to pick up. Will probably be at least 3 slabs.
I can guarantee that there will be at least 3 slabs.
Oh, I see the tank locker things you were talking about. Might as well grab some, bring them along with me. Although I wasn't planning on going all the way down to the concrete facility. They're going to need to be moved one way or another. Not doing good sitting over here.
I was using it to tow the flatbed because it was getting stuck in the deep sand.
Gonna need to what? What?
So the tank tread scout that you found.
Yep.
I was using it to tow the flatbed because the flatbed was getting stuck in the deep sand.
I don't doubt it at all. Why I wasn't trying to bring it over here. I was lamenting all the paving we were going to have to do just to move that thing. Happy to have you do it. Alright, if he wants to fight it, he's welcome to it. Alright, front. Back. Up, stick. Add. No, 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 no. Don't you dare. that's as squared as it's going to get. At least until I can get something else to drag it. There might be something in the corner of that model that we can't see that's keeping it from being dragged flat. Nope. I'm good. Oh. Using the wrong key. No. I was trying to... I was clearly not like... I was looking at where I wanted the attachment to go, not to where it was. So instead of hitting the 2 key to cycle between what I'm trying to attach to, I was just pressing the 1 key over and over again. So I was grabbing and ungrabbing the same thing over and over again. And since I wasn't looking at it, I didn't register that it wasn't switching objects. I thought it was just switching between all the things on the other side. I'm like, no, go over there to the other way. They look like jacks, right? From the
yeah, I guess
that game where they bounce the ball and they grab jacks and then. Well, I never understood the point of that game.
I only ever played it once as a kid because my cousin had got a set in like a collection of toys that we got given, and we basically understood the rules from the little leaflet that came with the pack of toys.
Yeah.
And his very first ever go at playing with those jacks, he bounced the ball and then slapped one of the jacks so hard it got stuck in his hand.
Oh, it's terrible. Funny, but it's terrible. A little overzealous there, huh?
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna grab that one. Ah!
You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen someone play it in real life. It's on TV or cartoons or whatever. I always figured I just never understood. There's probably something else to the rules because I've never played it. I mean, I don't understand why you don't just bounce the ball once and then, like, why can't you just wipe like all the jacks in one handful? I mean, granted, kids' hands are a little bit smaller, but not that much smaller.
As far as I understand it, or from what I remember at least, the rules as we were described to them was you bounce the ball, you grab 1, you bounce the ball, you grab 2, and you've got to see if you can keep doing that until they're all gone.
Oh, so you increment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that being a more meaningful challenge.
Yeah, no, my mother decided that was not a safe toy for us to play with, and they got taken away quite quickly. Clearly, we are not smart enough to play with little tiny plastic spiky things and a bouncy ball.
When I grew up, we played with lawn jarts.
Yep.
I never impaled myself in the eye.
Not even once.
Not even once. Although in elementary school, I was angry at the administrators. They had an Olympics event. I was probably in 4th or 5th grade. I'm judging that based on the school, what it was. But there was a bunch of events. You could sign up for like 3 events that you're interested in, and eat them. And one of the events was the javelin catch. Ooh. You know, we just as kids we trusted. It wasn't that we didn't understand what those words mean. We just figured it was something, you know. We knew it wasn't literally stand on the other end of a spear being thrown at you and catch it. But, you know, as children, you're supposed to trust, you know, adult figures. And so those of us who signed up for it assumed it was some kind of, you know, catching event. A manual dexterity event. And I have excellent hand-eye coordination and manual dexterity. Nope. It was a gimmick event, and everyone who signed up for it just got cheated out of one of their 3 choices. To this day, I haven't forgiven them for it.
Well, you never really thought we were going to throw javelins at you, did you?
Exactly.
Like, well, no, we didn't. We thought we were going to be doing some strange catching game.
Yeah. We trusted you and made fools of us for it. You know, your private little joke at the expense of the people that you're responsible for. You know, educating and exposing to the world and all of that. It just felt mean-spirited because they didn't have a backup. You know, here's your 3rd event because you signed up for that. No, you just missed out. You were punished for it.
Well, you can't catch a javelin, but here's a knife juggling contest.
I did juggling as a how-to speech in speech class. Because the teacher of course pre-chose your theme or your subject. I hated that class so much. I mean, you can't tell it by the fact that I am able to stream in front of people. But no, like public speaking.
There's a big difference though between sitting and streaming and talking to people who, the majority of the time, will communicate with you through text.
Well, it's a big difference between people who are here
people.
Because the only people in the audience are people who are like-minded, you know, similar interests.
Yeah, they definitely want to be here. They're not here because
yeah,
they've been told to, or
and so I did juggling specifically to push myself because, you know, your nerves have to be under control to juggle in front of people while giving a speech. I was already terrified enough. Like, why not? Let's just ramp it up. Let's juggle. And it helped because I was focusing more on the juggling than I was on the speech. You know, on the fact that I was standing in front of people giving a speech. So it actually made it less stressful because of the amount of attention I had to put on, you know, not only juggling, but juggling, you know, throwing over the shoulder, or, you know, I could throw a ball from behind up over my shoulder as part of the juggle routine, catch it and keep going. Doing that in front of people. I had never done in front of people because it was always just a thing that I just did on my own. That way. Oh, how I haven't flipped this vehicle. I'm keeping it in low gear. Feel much more comfortable if I was in the Greenway. Greenway doesn't have a crane on it. I was gonna just bring all these to the base. You know, just kind of as a handoff because, you know, getting them halfway across the map is progress. But since I was mindlessly loading this to the tilt, whoa, the hilt, if I don't flip it going up this paved road, I might just keep going. You ever play space games? Shooters, stuff like that? Mining space and all that kind of... I mean, obviously we play jump space.
Played
You ever do
like
things-
FTL and
Well,
Deep
I'm
Rock
thinking things like
Galactic.
Elite Dangerous, stuff like that, where you're actually flying around in a ship and... Or
Yeah,
X...
I played quite a bit of Elite Dangerous on the PlayStation.
Because there's a game I put on my watch list a long time ago called Rebel Galaxy. Apparently it was a lot longer ago because I think it was like 2015. But the release date was on it. But I just noticed on the spring sale that it's on sale for like $2. It's time to finally get that. I watched the video, the trailer of it, the stream, to remind myself of what it was. Like, that still looks like it held up. You know, maybe if you'd played it.
No, I don't think I've played Rebel Galaxy.
It's hard to go wrong for $2 for a game, but... It's also the opportunity cost. If I have time to play something like that. Because space simulators tend to be huge time hogs.
Yes.
And the upcoming Satisfactory episodes are going to be huge time hogs too. Start in on oil production. Big, 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 big. Where do I drop this thing off then? There's the recycling. Wrong button.
Oh, you're too far away.
I'll back it up.
I can't get close enough.
Just need 3. Like a full service station. Old enough to remember full service stations, but I never used one. Like, why would I pay more if someone pumped my gas when I can just get out of the car and do it myself?
I heard on the internet that there's one state at least where you're not allowed to put your own gas. There has to be an employee doing it for you.
Is that in the U.S.? I know I've heard of that before.
Yeah, it's in the US. In fact, here you'd be very hard pressed to find anyone that would pump your gas for you. You know, if you were an ancient Roman, your name would be Pedanticles.
My name would be what?
Pedanticles.
Pedanticles.
Yeah, Pedanticles.
A pedanticles.
Oh no! Come on, low gear can do it. Oh, the back's down a step, that's what it is.
Hang on.
You might be able to tow me up there.
That's what I'm going to try and do. I have very low confidence in it, but...
Oh! If I can get a run up at it.
Hang on.
Hey! That's alright, the ramp, I got a run up at it and that did it. Come on, go, 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 go. Thank you.
I should now look forward to see where I'm actually driving to. And let me get ahead of you. I imagine I'm a little bit... As entertaining as it would be to be behind you and watch you swaying all over the place on that thing.
It's expertly loaded, I'll have you know.
Yeah, it is very nicely loaded. It still has to be navigated. I'm thinking the vehicle I'm in will probably traverse the terrain a little bit more easily.
It's alright, with my superior weight, I'll catch him on the downhill.
I think that shortcut was going to get past me.
Oh, really? How the hell did that happen?
Are you still on your wheels?
No.
You took the way that was going to have the hard turn. Why didn't you follow behind me?
Because I thought it would be simple to, like, just turn left. It wasn't even the turn that got me, it was the soft sand. As soon as my cab hit the soft sand, the damn thing just rolled over.
Bring in the crane. Oh, it's almost out of fuel. Why is it ever getting a vehicle one of you guys are driven? It's always out of fuel.
Because that was the next step.
Takes it out here.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would follow you, but my vehicle's now in your way. Oh, there's a route that you might want to cancel that's coming at you. I don't know what it is, but... Oh, never mind. Where I parked was also in his way. He was carrying fuel with him too, and unfortunately I didn't get on the button fast enough to steal the fuel out of him. I'm going to park this right here, and I'm going to jump in your crane and follow you / get the crane towards a fuel source.
That's your crane, technically.
Okay, well then, doubly reason.
Well, like I said, that was the next step. I was going to refuel them both once I
That's
got them
fine.
back to the depot.
I'm just saying that right now is a good time to move it. In respect to following you, in case you run into another problem. Oh. Instant I look away, I go straight off the road. This has to be a lesson to you children. don't drive distracted. PSA. This is edutainment. Well, I haven't run into an overturned vehicle, so I'm guessing you made it. Oh, never mind. You tried to quietly resolve that without me knowing. I see you trying to slick past me.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You realize the tonnage involved in that, right?
I'll just slink backwards in shame.
the crane struggled to get it. Well, never mind.
I didn't even move.
Require a little more effort here. Can you move the harvester? I grab some fuel real quick. Vehicle's not going to survive this attempt. Probably just push you over, but we'll end up teetering you over to the other side as a result. What you? What are you doing? I see your back wheels falling off the ground.
Oh, it's not done that thing where it's stuck in the ground, is it?
I don't think so. I think there's just, we're gonna have to do something different. I just want to make sure I've got a stable angle. Very slowly, make sure it's not going to try to turn it upside down. Was it too sharp of a turn? I don't know. Charmer, Alan wants to know if it was too sharp of a turn. How did you get on your side again, Charmer? That's what Alan's asking.
The initial thing was I came around the corner and I think it was slightly too tight of a turn. But when you got me right upright the next, like when you came and helped me, it just rolled over immediately. I didn't even have a chance to do anything.
I wasn't witness to the event that led to this. I was just here to rescue. This is the third time I've uprighted this. I want to get in and keep it from rolling. I'd probably let go of it.
Thank you.
You even get the whole truck in there to. Oh, it is uneven. Everything here is uneven. 27 was it?
Yes.
Very nice. Good to get some use out of that vehicle.
And here he is reversing it like an absolute master.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I won't argue with that. You're definitely much better than I am at operating those. I mean, it's really nice, right? 27 slabs in one haul. Rather you do it on that vehicle than on your other one, your mule.
Just think of how many bridges we can build now.
That's right. We're all about building bridges.
That's what this game is called, isn't it? Bridgecraft?
Certainly was on that other map. We're all about making connections and building bridges. Tiny ponies and happiness. I think that was absolutely not the best route I'm taking, but I want to keep checking the map. I'd love to pave something through here. Have a well-trodden direction. I know where I'm at because that's where I picked up all the concrete. There's a toy on the bridge that we built.
Yes. I picked it up off the side of the... there was something in the water that had a toy on it.
Huh.
So I grabbed it off there with the crane while I was coming past.
It really threw me off that there was a spawned object on a thing that we created. Like, there's no way that thing didn't exist on the, you know, the bridge didn't exist on the map before we started. It couldn't have started there. Confused.
It's 2:30, so I think when we call the stream, I'm going to call it a night, unfortunately.
Alright, so you're gonna deliver this. Up there? Where am I going with this? So we are, oh, I'm right past it. I think we're gonna finish this objective and call it. Sounds like he's looking forward to Wednesday. if that's a reference to my satisfactory publication date, I don't think that next episode will be ready by this week. Probably be the following Wednesday. Project I'm embarking in is. Oh, you're gonna make me unload it, aren't you? This task. I thought we were taking this up to the steel pipe facility. I'm like, all right, we're going to enable our steel pipes.
Believe it or not, this whole area used to be green as lettuce, in the environmentally conscious sense. It was running off a solar power station. Naturally, the storm threw a spanner in the works. But I cling to the hope that the panels are just dirty. Could you drop by and check it for damage? Also, looks like we need an operations base close to the port. Find a good spot somewhere on the river, then... Sorry. It's just the usual list of wants from the local authorities. Boring. But nothing you can't handle, right?
She's sitting in her cozy office. Why is it she's so wore out every time?
It's hard work being so annoying, you know.
Yeah. Oh, Alan's 10th anniversary is on Wednesday. Okay, that's a better reason to be excited. Congratulations, Alan.
Yeah, congratulations. I think I'm on... I can't remember if it's 14 or 15 years I've been married this year.
My engagement hadn't fallen through. I would be... probably 20 years from now. Good job for you guys making it work.
Oh, she gets very annoyed with me. On a regular basis.
Alright, I really thought that was gonna be our, Oh, it looks like the pipe facility is enabled anyway, even though that didn't go to the pipe facility. Good, so now we have access to pipes and beams.
Where is the pipe facility?
It's right up a hill above the beam facility.
Huh.
So before I wrap it, I'm going to drive up there and see if I can turn in all of those yellow pipes that I replaced up there.
Do you not want to use the other one with the bulldozer and just try and shove them in?
No, in fact, I think I'm going to grab this
Oh yeah, no, well,
This
yeah,
ghost.
you'll be able to.
vehicle while I'm at it. This is the one that...
Not the one that keeps looking at you funny.
Yeah, it was back. It was parked up here, and after I drove past it, it casually backed up, and then turned to look at me. Hey, don't cheat me out of my... I worked hard to get those pipes up there. I'll turn them in.
No, I'm not cheating. I'm just driving up there so I can get a good view.
I don't know if I can...
I wouldn't be able to get them out of there even if I wanted to with this thing anyway.
Right. I'm half tempted to just flip this on its back and leave it. Like it was a mean turtle I'm getting even on. Not that I would ever do that to a turtle. Oh, this is gonna end poorly. You might want to No way I make it up this hill without turning it, without rolling. Oh, maybe I've...
Oh god, that is a hell of a strap job.
I mean, it's well balanced. Actually, having no problems at all driving it.
Well, you got all the engine on one side, and you've got all the rest of the weight of the vehicle over the other side.
Nice. I'm just curious as to where I managed to, how close I was to the placement where these would be. I figured they would probably be a little too far in for the where it would spawn, but no. So do I actually get to turn these in? That's not a good sign. They're not flashing blue for me. I think we were sold a fraudulent bill of sale. Front row. Okay, so we know where these are at now when we find out that we need them for something. This is our yellow pipe
we
storage
decided to stop.
facility. We did this on purpose.
Well, it is the pipe facility, so...
Exactly. All right. Well, it's probably a good thing you drove that thing up here because we'll probably put them back in there when we figure out where to send them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of this 6.5 hours. It was a good run. I'm glad that we had a lot of new faces. I know that there was some controversial stuff that went on in chat. I appreciate those who stuck with us through those while people were trying to abuse, you know, the publicity that they think that they can get from rating a stream and saying objectionable things. But as quickly as we saw them, we escorted them out the door. Anyone who came here from whatever that reference was and was civil, then welcome, and we're glad to have you. We expect to stream next Friday. Probably will not be a Satisfactory this Wednesday. I'm trying to keep on a 2-week schedule for that just because of the amount of stuff that has to go into the episodes, and I don't want to just, you know, whip off quick episodes. For to take the time to do proper worthwhile content. So probably won't see anything from us until next Friday. What's going to happen Friday is still a bit up in the air. I'm hoping during the week to get to test out patch for jump space. I can't get that right.
Ship space.
Yeah, and maybe see if we can get a crew together for that. Same goes for Cure, because we want to get back to Cure. They're really dropping stuff on that, as in good stuff. And we get to test out the new content. And despite the bugginess of it, the new content is really good stuff. New comfort system. Not only the new comfort system, but it also brings along with it some really nice things like upgraded beds and things like that are making it a better experience. So I'm really looking forward to getting some more on-screen time with Cure as well. So we'll be looking at both of those for a potential for Friday, and we're always keeping this in our back pocket. But thanks again. Join our Discord if you haven't, if you're curious about what's coming up. Otherwise, you're subscribed. If YouTube is behaving, it should tell you when we post next stream. Don't forget to leave a like on the way out, and have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to If you enjoyed this, you may want to check out one of these other videos, and thank you very much for your time.